The meeting will start in a few minutes, but if the agenda is and the sign-in sheet is up here, if you haven't signed in, please do with your name and address. Thank you.
Hello. What's up, Mark? How's everything?
I bet nobody will call you that but me, huh?
I can't never screw up. It's not somebody.
You always a little last, huh?
I'll be 60 years old.
Be a little late.
It's all right. Hey, darling, how you doing?
How you doing? Go ahead, honey. Go ahead. I'll just read that. Y'all go ahead.
خلي اسمه محل
Instructed everybody to the CEGC and Street. You got the so is this for if you want to speak? Or, oh, I don't want to. I just want to listen. Yeah, you can.
I'll let you sign in as well.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? I don't hear me. Is it working? Okay. Welcome to our Pontiac Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, the 5th of June, 2024. We have in the room here with us, I'm going to start at my far left, Corey Christensen, Senior Planner, Mark Yandrick, Planning Manager. We have Vernita Duval, Commissioner Vernita Duval. On his way is Mike McGinnis. He'll be here soon, hopefully. Tim Shepard to my immediate left, Commissioner. To my far right, Commissioner Northcross. Immediately to my right, Sue Sinclair, and I am Mona Parlov, the Chair of the Planning Commission. So
And Chair, if I could just also introduce, we have Justin Curry, our planner, that's in the front row right here. So, yeah.
Justin, and we also have Paul here tonight.
What's that?
Is Paul here tonight, too?
Paul is not here this
Okay.
evening. Okay.
Right. Hi, Justin. So if you want to do roll call.
Commissioner Duval? Commissioner Shepard?
Present.
Commissioner Northcross?
Present.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Present.
Commissioner Parlov?
Present. Thank you. Do we have any official communications this evening?
I just would like to mention our municipal attorney was unable to come this evening, but if there is a pressing legal question of Planning Commission, she still is available via text message just to give us some guidance and advice if need be. So,
Very good. It's good to know she's still with
Yep,
us.
yep.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda this evening?
I would, if we can, just out of our due process, can we move 9A, which is the site plan for 108 West Lawrence, move that up after the public hearing for special exception, and do the same for 382 and 388 Franklin Road for the gas station, move that after the special exception at 6B.
That
Just
sounds
so
good.
those two items that are heard concurrently for the same
Okay.
project.
All right, so I need a motion to make that amendment, please.
So moved.
Support?
Support.
All right. Roll call?
Commissioner Duval?
Yes to support.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yes, to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlov?
Yes to approve.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we have our meeting minutes for review. We have two meetings that we were reviewing. One was the 1st of May, and the other is May 15th. I'll start with Vernita. Anything you wanted to add or change to the minutes? All good. Tim?
No changes.
Thank you. Christopher?
Yes, this is for the May 15th minutes. Relatively minor change, and I like the rest of the minutes, but it's on page 3 of 8 of the May 15th minutes, and it is, about the fourth paragraph from the bottom. And there, I'd like to have the word "not" taken out.
So what context, what sentence is that in?
And the sentence is, almost there. I had it and I missed it.
Does it mean the burden, it starts with the burden?
Yeah, it says "not disturbing," and it should be "is disturbing." And this would be on page 3 of 8
Got it. Cool.
of the May 15th.
We got it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just eliminate the word "not."
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it. That's
Thank you. Sue?
No revisions.
Great, thank you. I don't have any revisions either. So I need a motion to approve the minutes with that one adjustment.
So moved.
Support?
Support.
Thank you, Sue. Roll call?
Commissioner Northcross?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Duval? Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yes, to approve.
Commissioner Parlov?
Yes to approve.
Motion passes.
Thank you for that. We are going to open our first public hearing in a few minutes. Our first petition regarding our public hearing is applicant PSEP 24-003. It's regarding 108 West Lawrence Street regarding mini warehouses. And we will look for staff presentation.
Thank you. So our first public hearing tonight, oh, one second. Could you look into that? Give me 1 second, technical difficulties.
Not a problem.
All right, sorry about that.
No problem.
So our first public hearing tonight is for 108 West Lawrence. This is for mini storage facilities. The applicant is proposing to renovate and repurpose the existing two-story structure on site. The existing building is almost 60,000 square feet, and they're proposing a little under 300 individual units. Staff is recommending approval of the special exception with 3 conditions. So in terms of background, the proposed use for the mini warehouse facility is on the north side of West Lawrence Street and the west side of the Canadian National Railroad. It is an existing building. The subject parcel was conditionally rezoned to M1 in 2022. This rezoning was on condition that the site be used for medical marijuana grow, safety compliance, processing, and/or transporter. Since the site is now proposed to be developed for mini warehouses, that conditional rezoning is voided and the property reverts back to its original C3 zoning designation. Access to the building is off of West Lawrence Street. The structure comprises nearly the entire footprint of the parcel, and because of that, parking is proposed for the interior. Customers will access their storage unit by entering through one of the red garage doors along West Lawrence and will park in one of the spaces found immediately upon entry. From here, customers access their units on foot. And the property was previously used as a Salvation Army, and prior to this was used for manufacturing. It was originally built in 1940. It gives you an idea of the location. You can see it's near the Woodward Loop, but it is blocked off by the Canadian National Railway. Let's see. Most of the parcels to the north are vacant. To the south is commercial. And then there are quite a few residences nearby. In terms of zoning, although this map, because this is taken from the current situation, which is zone M1, but upon approval of the new use, the property will automatically revert to C3, but that's just why it's highlighted gray right now. You can see C3 is the dominant zoning in this area. You have the downtown commercial district over here with C2, and then most of the properties kind of on the outer skirts of the loop are C3. And then this light green is multifamily residential. This pink is a lighter intensity commercial. This is what the property looked like in June of 2019. This is from Street View. You can see the sidewalk needs a lot of work. The building has been vacant and needs some love. This was taken just a few weeks ago on a site inspection. This is the current conditions. You can see it's gotten a little more torn up. It's now boarded up. The grass has gotten taller. There's more weeds. Sidewalk needs some repair. And then I also have a photo we took of the rear property. This looks like it's very close up, but it's just the weeds are very, very tall. So this is the sidewalk here, and the building goes all the way back here. These are the proposed site plans. One thing I want to draw your attention to is the building actually extends just a little bit outside of the property line and into the right-of-way for the Canadian National Railway. Now, this nonconformity most likely has existed since the 1940s. However, as a condition of approval, we're asking that the commission add a condition that the railway at least acknowledge that this nonconformity exists and that they do not have an issue with it. Otherwise, the structure composes the entirety of the parcel, with the exception of a little sliver of land right here. This is West Lawrence to the south. Access will be right here. These are the parking spots they're proposing. And then I believe the office will be over here. These are renderings of the proposed facade. They're proposing to repaint the structure, make it look more inviting. This is schematics of the elevations, the proposed elevations. The facade is not compliant with the facade requirements of the ordinance, but due to the fact that the building is grandfathered in, they don't apply. These are the standards for approval for special exceptions. You've seen these several times before, so I'm not going to read through them, but if you need to reference them at any point, let me know and I can pull them up. So staff's analysis of the standards. Number one, while the master plan encourages mixed-use development to be of a residential and commercial combination, which is the classification for this property, mixed-use development, staff feels that adding residential to the subject parcel for a mixed-use development would not be appropriate due to its location adjacent to a railroad and the historic use of the structure for manufacturing. So for that reason, we feel it's appropriate for it to be repurposed as commercial. The proposed use will not generate excessive amounts of traffic, nor will it generate excessive noise, since all operations are conducted indoors. The proposed use will not alter the essential character of the area, which has developed into a commercial and industrial neighborhood with some residential to the west. The proposed use does not involve hazardous substances or require stormwater pretreatment. The proposed use will not be a burden on essential public services. And lastly, the site plans have been reviewed and approved by the fire department. The structure will be readily accessible to police and fire services. With that, staff's recommendation is approval with 3 conditions. First, all operations shall be conducted entirely indoors. 2, all the conditions of the associated site plan are honored. And 3, the adjacent sidewalks must be repaired to city standards. And then, as always, I have sample motions for your use.
Thank you, Corey. And I don't know if you mentioned this early in the presentation, I had to step out, but just a reminder for anyone that's familiar with this property is that it was rezoned for a medical marijuana use just over 2 years ago. It was a conditional rezoning, and that conditional rezoning expired without a site plan approval. It expired 2 weeks ago, and so that's the timing of why they're looking forward for another use. So this is reverted back to its original zoning classification. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a question before we move a little bit further. I have 7 conditions, and you now have 3 up there. Can you correlate?
Let me check my notes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 7 conditions are for the site plan. This is which will be heard next. This is for the special exception, so they're slightly different standards here.
Okay, all right. I think my package was a little bit mislabeled. I didn't get another item for the special exception, but that's really, it's not
What do we
a
need?
showstopper.
Special exception staff report.
However, I have a question again. Because we have in our site plan approval that we need to have confirmation that this little corner of the building, if you can bring up the aerial again, that the little bit of building that does not belong to the property owner, the building owner, and it's in the railroad property, that how can we give them approval on a request to do a special exception here when we don't know if they can function there?
So we reviewed this with our municipal attorney. This is an existing building. That's
Right.
one fact. They were comfortable with us just putting this condition on this approval at this level. It is ultimately up to the applicant to secure that approval for that use of the building and any changes to the outside facade. And that might include simple stuff like painting, to ensure that that could be done in the right way. But that onus is on the applicant. The condition really resolves the city of any obligation. That's really between the 2 property owners, being the railroad and the applicant. So.
Okay, so we could go through all this today, and the railroad may not have a speedy timeline to reply to this applicant, so they're still in limbo until they hear from the railroad.
Correct, but that should not stop the applicant from attempting to move forward with the process, so.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, so do you have any questions for Nita before we bring our applicant up?
Yeah, mine was along the same vein. Why not get the approval? I mean, I know you said
Your
that.
microphone.
I know that we're saying the building has been like this for some time, it's grandfathered in. Do we know if there have been any complaints from the railroad in the prior?
We are not aware of any.
Okay, that's all I had.
Nothing yet?
Christopher?
I'd like to talk with the applicant and ask him some items. No, nothing.
Sue, anything right now for staff?
I think we received 2 site plan packages. I don't think we, in this particular package, just to
I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah.
point that out.
We're getting it for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So in the meantime, we can have our applicant approach the microphone if you are here. Please state your name and address for the record. And to turn the microphone on, there's a little person's head that looks like they're, thank you.
Hunter Gelberth with the Design House Architecture, 3300 Auburn Road. Corey did a pretty good job summing up the entire project. Just to reiterate, it's a very dilapidated building. Those pictures that were taken a couple weeks ago, I was just there this morning, and it's a very similar situation. The sidewalk's damaged, grass is overgrown, the roof is leaking, and my client's ready to come in and give this building a new life and bring it back to a new glory. There's not much more outside of Corey's presentation that I can state on, but I'm here if there's any questions that you have for me.
Okay, great. I will then pivot back to Vernita. Do you have questions for our applicant?
I do. How long has the applicant owned the building?
It has been only, it hasn't been more than 6 months.
6 months? Because typically we see some improvements on property that owner has owned for that, at least that long. We see some improvements.
Yes. This owner is, he has his company based in Michigan here, but his headquarters are in Florida. So he's not here full time, but he has employees up here and I'll mention that to him and make sure he gets out there to clean up some of that stuff.
He does have employees here that could
Yes,
make some repairs?
yes. I can get him out there tomorrow if he really wants
But
to.
didn't?
I'm not sure if he's aware about how severe some of the things are with the building.
That's concerning, too. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Vernita. Tim?
My question is, does the parking work? Like, I guess I'm not familiar with storage, but 5 spaces, that's enough?
Yeah, so I believe the code requires 1 additional space, so we are actually asking for an exemption of 1 space that's required from the code. But storage, it doesn't produce a lot of trips per hour, even in a full day. If there is an on-site manager, there will be the 1 car there every day, but a lot of new storage facilities nowadays are being completely managed and conducted virtually and remotely.
Will there be street parking too?
I believe there is street parking, but we're not counting that towards.
You're
any
not
of our
counting
parking.
that, but it's
Yep.
there though for loading and unloading?
The opposite side of the street's allowed for street parking.
Okay, and none of the lots are available anymore? Because I know when Fadi had the property, there were other lots that he was trying to use.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay,
But-
just a thought, I'm curious, that's all.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher, next.
Okay, great that you're choosing Pontiac, and this building, yes, I agree that it does need an uplift, and hopefully you'll be accomplishing that very, very shortly. Question, now, is this facility going to be open for the public?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a controlled environment facility?
Yes,
Okay.
it'll be climate-controlled storage units. So, and that just means that all the units are interior-based. So any of the HVAC mechanical systems within the building's just climatized like any other building.
Okay. It's not cold storage or something like that?
No, it's not like refrigerators and freezers. It's just the building has climate control for users, and the units are within the building.
And it'll be a storage area where folks can rent the storage area,
Yes.
just like they would some of the outside
Yes.
sheds, and put whatever they want to in there?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, are there any restrictions about what they can put in there, at least on the lease agreement or anything? I mean,
Usually I haven't seen any restrictions. Obviously, they're not gonna be able to put vehicles in there or anything like that, just because it is elevated up the ground a little bit, but that's all it comes down to the lease agreement. There's not gonna be, so the units aren't intended for like, nowadays there's some units that people are renting and having shops out of or, you know, running businesses out of. That's not the intention of these units. These units are strictly for storage purposes.
okay, so there's no control over what the people actually put in there?
No, not,
But-
unless it comes down to the lease agreement, so.
Yeah, but most storage units, you know, I mean, people don't put, you know, stuff that you don't want in there.
Usually.
Unless they're really shady. And what are going to be the hours of operation?
So, like I said, the building can be accessed 24/7 if you are renting a unit. They'll give you either a PIN code to enter in at the doors or a key fob to enter at the doors. For the actual managers on site, it'll be a typical 8-hour day, 8 to 5 or 8 to 4, 9 to 5. Nothing more than that, no weekends.
Now, without parking on the street, it looks like it's fairly easy to back a vehicle that's maybe a trailer, you know, a semi-truck, or even a vehicle with a large trailer hooked to it in. I'm not sure how well that works with a car opposite there, where I guess you'd have to pull all the way down to the end of the street and then try and back in.
So there
That way.
are some drive aisles across the street, as you can see on the site plan. I believe there's those two directly across from those loading doors, and then there's that one at the end of the street. So there's not much space for parking, because those are all active businesses, as far as I could tell.
Okay, I was just wondering how you would get a long semi-truck. And I guess you probably don't have too many semi-trailers.
Yeah, there wouldn't be, the biggest would be maybe a large U-Haul trailer or truck.
Okay. And typically, how many people go in and out of this thing a day?
In a day,
Would you expect per day, on average?
I don't see more than really 5 people going in and out in a day, one of those being the manager.
Okay.
So, yeah, so outside of the manager, only 4 additional people a day.
Now, has there been any communication with the residents in the area?
There is not.
Okay. Okay. That answers my question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Go ahead, Sue.
Most of my questions are on the site plan, so I'm going to reserve my questions for that. But I did want to make one point on your note, Commissioner Norcross, regarding neighbors and their comments. I reviewed the last proposal for the medical marijuana grow. There is only one homeowner on that street, and they were not in opposition of that particular project, so it's just a point of clarity, so that's my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Those are the items you looked for, one for Christopher as well. So the neighbors were noticed, because it's a public hearing.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll open that up for the neighbors in just a minute if anybody would like to speak. I guess the question is for applicant, are you anticipating then using the curb cuts for the businesses that your clientele will have to maybe sometimes pull into their driveways in order to navigate the street?
You're saying across the street?
Yeah.
That is a possibility. Like I said, I was there today. There is enough room at the end of the street to kind of do a hammerhead turnaround. But with the interior loading spaces, it's easy for any users to pull into those spaces and then be able to back out and go back down Lawrence Street to the west.
Okay. It's just such an awkward spot. I know that building well. It's just so awkward, but I guess that's the best word I can come up with. But I will open up public hearing. What I'm going to do is, if you want to take a seat, and then we'll go over the guidelines for public hearing. When you approach the podium and you want to speak about this petition, please state your name and address for the record. You're going to have 3 minutes to say what you'd like to say, and again, it's about this particular item. Once you have finished speaking, please take your seat, and there will not be comments again from the gallery once we have closed public hearing. You have one opportunity to say what you'd like to say. And if you have questions, we will try and answer questions once public hearing has closed. So we're going to open public hearing, and here, welcome Mr. Mike McGinnis. Thank you. Good evening.
Can you turn the mic on if you hit the right button? Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of the Citizen District Council, located in District 1. And first of all, I want to say we're being put in an awkward position because we're not being notified of these things that's coming up in our district, number one. And that puts us at odds with developers because developers, we kind of buffer between them and the residents. If it's something that residents don't understand about a development, we explain that. So if we don't know about it, we can't address it. And like today, we're coming to a public hearing that I have very little knowledge of what even the site plan is about. So what I want to say is, if you're not going to abide by the rules that you put in, because you have a 500-foot rule, I don't care if it's just one person that lives on that street or not, you have a 500-foot rule now. And if that hasn't been adhered to, then what's the point of us residents having to say so? Because what you're doing, you're Xing us out of the process. And it makes us look bad to come down here and have to disagree with a development that we might like. But a similar development came through here not too long ago. And it was all kinds of stuff about conflict about storage down there. But you ran that man out. But we did have an opportunity to at least talk to him. But that 200-foot rule, that the one that had the marijuana facility, which is the one that he got, he called heck because they felt like he didn't make enough notification of the people that was over there. So if we don't have a say-so, just tell us, don't come down here, don't have nothing to say about what we do, because y'all are making up rules in planning that rules us out of the process. And we're not going to stand for that. And I'm just saying, I'm not so much opposed to it, but with all the conflict that went on before about storages, it should have been more people. It would have been more people down here had they known what was going on down here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Darlene Clark, District 1. First, let me explain something to you, to your planning committee. Pontiac every day is dwindling. We're getting less and less people. In District 1, everyone's familiar with everybody and everything that come within District 1. So I have to agree with Mr. Bass. You need to let the public more aware of what's really going on for participation. Our tax dollars that we pay allow us to be informed any changes being made to our city because it affects us. But first I want to say this is where I'm a little confused at. You said that little space on the corner that's connected to the railroad, you just said that was grandfather in, but the grandfather rule only applies to the original owner. At the time that they purchased this vehicle, why didn't you or someone put on the deed to establish that that small piece of property, it may look there, is taxable? So who's going to pay the taxes on that small piece of property? Who's been paying the taxes on that small piece of property all the time? And another thing, too, the streets is so narrow on Lawrence Street. I mean, narrow. And I've been living in Pontiac for 70 years. For trucks to come in and out of there, trucks, what kind of trucks? Are you talking about semi-trucks? I mean, this is a storage. And whether the people agree with it or don't agree with it, there's so many unanswered questions to a person who owned it for just 6 months. So before you consider anything, make sure the deed itself is correct, because the grandfather rule does not apply to the new owners.
Thank you.
Hi, Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac. I'd like to piggyback on a couple of the questions that commissioners asked. One of the things that, and it's basically the point too that Mr. Bass made about us as residents who come out and who are very concerned about, especially people when they come to do business here and they don't do a whole lot for the property and properties in our city. They buy it, then they want to say they want to do something, but they haven't done anything to try to make improvements. I think it sometimes gives an indication, and being out of state does not clear them because you're out of state. You got people here, architect go over there, you see it, you're not recommending that something is done to it. That just doesn't sit well with me either. And I think the hours of operation, they started talking about, well, his people going to be leaving at a certain time. What is the safety factor for this building? And I don't quite know what kind of safety factors go on in a facility like this. So I think we got a lot of questions we need to ask about this before it's approved. I like to promote new business to come in here, but we really want business people who respect our city, respect the fact that we got concerned people who've been living for years in that area, and a district of people here. So I just think that there's a concern, not just with this one, anybody who comes here in our city, if they buy some property and don't start showing no improvements prior to them coming to here to want to do something, it sends a signal. And I hate to signal them out, but I think Commissioner was right for asking that. You've been had it for 6 months and you see it's in bad shape and you're not doing anything. What's the real behind the motivation of this person? And I'm concerned too of what all can happen in a facility like this unless it's proper security. You know, how do you monitor what's going on if it's 24 hours a day operation? How do you monitor what's happening there? That needs to truly be investigated and proper into making sure it's a safe, secure facility, especially if people can come and go at their own will. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other thoughts that anyone would like to bring to the podium? If not, I'm going to close public hearing. I will go to staff. Do you have any answers for some questions that were asked?
I want to reiterate that City Council passes a zoning ordinance, and there is a certain rule for when there are public hearings, including tonight's special exception, that under the current ordinance, the sign must be posted advertising tonight's date. It has been. And there's also a buffer yard requirement of every property within 500 feet is notified. That is what the process is for a public hearing notice. We do our best to communicate with administration. We do our best to communicate with City Council of what's coming up here. We can't have special rules for District 1, but I definitely, but if we want to consider, really we need to be consistent with that process and follow our zoning code. So I just wanted to say this has been properly advertised with our zoning code. I just want to reiterate for everyone here. If there's considerations for a different public hearing notice, I think that can always be considered, but we're just following our process and being consistent with every public hearing, which is fair to all applicants that come here for legal reasons. I just wanted to also clarify the existing condition of the building crossing the property line. I wouldn't use the term grandfathered. If that's been used, I would just say that's an existing condition. It is a private property matter. The city is not getting involved in that. We do have a condition really waiving that, putting the onus on the applicant to get that approval, but it's not something the city is getting involved with at all. And it's, grandfathering and the zoning code tends to mean a legal nonconformity. I would say that, yes, this does cross a property line, but it's an existing condition with the building. It can remain, but the change in use or any changes of the building would need approval of the property owner, which it is on. So if there's any further questions the Planning Commission has, just let us know.
Thank you. And I wanted to piggyback on to what you were just talking about, the grandfathering of the building sitting in, well, it's an encroachment, basically, into someone else's property. That is not anything that is handled with the Planning Commission. That is handled between property owners, the individuals. Planning Commission has no idea what's on a deed. So if the person who bought the building was not aware that their property is extending into someone else's property, that's between them. That isn't part of the Planning Commission. However, what the Planning Department is observing is they feel they want to have acknowledgement from the property owner to the east of this property in order to move forward on the site plan, correct? Okay, thank you. All right, so we will go down the podium again, or down the dais again. How about if we start with Christopher?
Great. Let me ask, in terms of posting a notice, where is that posted? Is it on the website as well when we have a public notice of a hearing? Because I got to admit, I haven't accessed it, if it is.
Our requirements are not on the website, but that is something we can talk with the city clerk to see if those can be published.
Yeah.
But it is part of the agenda that is published the Friday before the meeting as well.
Yeah, 'cause I thought that the city council took a great step forward in requiring that a sign be posted on the property that's being considered
Hang on
for a
second,
public
please.
hearing.
Could everybody please silence their cell phones? It's really distracting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Christopher.
So I thought that was a great step forward. But, you know, it's the thing of constant improvement, always constant improvement. And I guess listening, I have no other questions. I was just sitting here kind of saying, we did not catch that when we were discussing in terms of that being the portion of the building that was in the, what is that, Canadian National, I guess it is now. I wanted to say Grand Trunk Western. I'm dating myself. Right away. Didn't catch that when the marijuana facility was under discussion, and I would have to almost say, you know, kudos to the design team here for bringing that forward as part of their application. Other than that, I think it's going to be a improvement in that area. It's a difficult spot. It's a dead end that dead ends to a railroad. And I imagine we have, I don't know how many trains, at least 5 trains during the day through there every day. Generally about 100 cars per train, because I've been counting them. So it is a difficult spot, and I think it would be I think it would serve the city well to get this property in use, something going on with it.
Thank you. Sue, go ahead.
I wanted to address Mr. Bass's comments regarding public notification. And Mark, if you can correct me if I'm wrong. When this first came before the Planning Commission, we had the 200-foot rule to notify anybody within 200 feet of the project. Now it is 500 feet. The problem with that is, I believe, the notice goes to the owner of the building. It doesn't go to the tenants. And I think everyone in here is aware of the high percentage of tenants that we have in the city. So, and then the recent zoning ordinance that was passed as far as signage, it has to be posted 15 days prior to it coming before the Planning Commission. I believe it is 4 by 5 foot sign?
24 square feet.
Okay, so 6 by 4,
yeah.
whatever. And we get our packages on Fridays, sometimes later, Friday evening, But over the weekend, the agenda packages are on the City of Pontiac's website. You can go there. We always meet first Wednesday of the month. So you can see the agenda packages there. They are generally, I think, in PDF form, so you can download them and see the site plans. So I just wanted to address that. Thank you.
Could I add one comment?
Go ahead.
So just to clarify, we found out through this zoning, when we changed the buffer distance, we actually found out from the ordinance that it actually is up to the owner and the occupant. So we don't have all the occupants' names, but there is a separate mailing that goes directly to that house. So sometimes if you are an owner and occupant, you may get 2 notices. We do our best to send that out, but it should be going to both owner and occupant. So,
Thank you.
okay.
Great. Bernita, do you want to add anything?
Actually, I do. I knew the previous owner personally, and I think if he was still alive today, I think he'd be disappointed in the way his property looks. Very disappointed because, again, he took pride in that. Negligence is a big deal. We denied applications to owners of properties who couldn't impress the planning commission enough to come forward on the date of their hearing and say, this is what we've done now. So for that, I just couldn't see supporting it.
Thank you, Bernita. Michael?
I apologize for arriving late. I tried to listen in on my drive here from work. Can you help me understand, staff or applicant, how this proposed special exception usage would interact with Clinton Street? Obviously, that might be a site plan question, but I'm trying to understand the navigability of this site is important because when it was a wholesale grocery distribution and warehouse facility, when it was first constructed generations ago, obviously there was not grade separation with the railroad. Lawrence Street would have continued. I imagine Clinton Street did as well. The river ran through it. There was a lot going on, but it just, the way in which it is very much boxed in today is not the case, was not the case originally. So has it been spoken to yet about how Clinton Street versus Lawrence Street would interact with this special exception use?
Hang on one second, please. Please silence your cell phones. We won't continue until they're silent. We can't be disturbed by the audience. Please. Thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
So I welcome if staff or the applicant can help me understand, because Clinton Street is obviously low traffic and doesn't have that density that Lawrence Street has, and I just want to better understand how those 2 thoroughfares interact with the elevation changes and how the building might be utilized.
So the building foundation along Clinton Street, and it's about at the same level, there are only really a couple doors, which I would imagine would be similar to emergency exit doors. I think the applicant described how the usability of them for applicants to be able to park there. There's a lot of no parking signs on Clinton Street, but there may be a few opportunities around at certain places to park if a user maybe had a unit on the north end of the site adjacent to Clinton Street to be able to use it. But we anticipate from what we received from the applicant that most of them would be accessing the site from Lawrence. So.
Well, I think that a special exception request has to take into account the impact that it would have on the surrounding property, on the surrounding neighborhood. I actually find that for this location, mini warehouses is a lower density and lower intrusion for surrounding property owners than, for example, if this were utilized for apartments. If it was converted into apartments, that would lead to even more density to what's already a very crowded and very deteriorated access street of Lawrence Street, which is concerning. So I am open to the prospect of it being a storage facility. The impact in terms of daily volume of users would be low. This would be a question to segue into site plans, but I'm curious, does the Planning Commission have the ability to build into a site plan approval security measures or security, surveillance cameras? Is that something that the Michigan Planning Enabling Act or other levers of of the authority that the city of Pontiac, acting through the Planning Commission, has, because that's important. Whether we could take that action or not, I'm have a keen eye to make sure that this site is compatible with the area and doesn't, become problematic. Is that something that we know about?
I'm asking our legal team remotely right now.
Okay.
I'd love to get an answer in a few minutes.
Okay. But just want to say, and I've said this in previous months, and I'll say it again, to this applicant and other applicants, the city of Pontiac has code in terms of grass height and overgrowth and debris, and so that must be complied with, and so we will make sure that those agencies in the city that enforce that are aware of that, but we can't have buildings looking raggedy even if they haven't been done yet or developed yet, and we know that sometimes buildings have to be in purgatory for city approval, but the code still must be complied with, whether it's vacant land, an occupied building, a vacant building. So I just want to stress that for all applicants now and forevermore, respect the city and respect the neighbors, so that way the code is maintained in terms of upkeep, appearance, maintenance. And yeah, I do hope that the building can be saved and used, because it's limited. It's very limited based on its cramped quarters and its really, in many ways, obsolete use. There is not a need for a wholesale grocery distributor from the 1930s or 1940s utilizing the railroad and utilizing roads that no longer connect anymore. It's obviously a very solid and sturdy building, and hopefully that can be utilized in a way that doesn't harm or impact the neighborhood and doesn't harm or impact those that live nearby and doesn't harm and impact the city overall. We want to see buildings repurposed and with a new lease on life, and so I am open to special exception uses, including the mini warehouse category for this building, bearing in mind that that exception would not harm the neighborhood. So that's why I'm trying to look at it through that lens. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Michael. Go ahead, Tim.
I think Mike nailed it. That's a pretty useless property otherwise. So I like the use. My question to the applicant, I guess it's been asked a couple times, but security system, do you want to try to address that? Because I'm sure you have one.
Yeah, so to address the security issue, or the question, a lot of these self-storage facilities are limited access. So if you're renting a unit, you have access to the entire inside the building. Inside the building, there's state-of-the-line, top-of-the-line security cameras and sensors, and so they're aware of who's around the building, who's in the building, who's access to the building at all times.
And it's monitored by?
Usually a third-party security company, okay. And that's where also where the on-site manager comes in hand, if there is an on-site manager. I don't see why there wouldn't be, but.
Sorry to interrupt you. There'll be cameras all around the building, yes. I'm assuming. So.
Yeah, cameras, and we're proposing to update the lights to the city standards, so there'll be updated lights and ample lighting around the entire building.
And has there been a thought of using Clinton Street? Because Mike brought that up, and
there is a thought, but a lot of the access on that street is it's not accessible per ADA code because of the grade change. The Clinton Street is about halfway between the main floor and the upper floor, so it gives a real weird accessibility issue.
It's got all the benefits of the big turnaround area, so it's too bad it can't be used. But, yeah, I mean, it's a tough property, so that seems to be the best use for it. I think that's all I got. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before you step away, and maybe it's in here and I overlooked it, how many storage units are going to be in this building?
The count is right around 300. I believe it's a little less than 300 units.
Okay.
And they vary from a small 5x5 unit all the way up to a 10x25, and I believe there's even a couple 10x30 units.
Okay. So pivoting to what Mike just said about the number of people that would be using it as an apartment building, there's definitely going to be more people using this in the conversation of density on that street. this concerns me significantly, this number. And I know that it needs to be a high number in order to get a return on investment. And I know this is an awkward building, but to have 300 different people coming down this street, and who knows what, it could be a car, but it could be something larger. And most of these units are going to be rented individually. They're not going to be necessarily rented by one person, that they'll take 5 units. They would take a bigger space. I have to pause on my thought on this. I can't put a big hug on this one because I'm really familiar with that street. I was on that street very frequently when the Salvation Army would come lumbering down that road and turn right and head down into their parking lot. It was really disruptive. And there are people that live on that street. And I think as plan commissioners, we need to be sensitive to that. They are tenants many times. There's not a lot of owner occupancy there, but at the same time, they deserve a peaceful environment. And even with the railroad track being there, they know that when they rent the space. But to have 300 people maybe coming down their street, that there's no parking, I'm not feeling inclined to approve an exception for this
Chair,
building.
can I make a few points from staff level?
Yes, please.
2 things. To Commissioner McGinnis's point, absolutely, staff can, or I'm sorry, Planning Commission can recommend conditions, really to protect the health, safety, well-being, and really to have on-site cameras for security, protect the safety of the property and surrounding properties, as well within Planning Commission's rights. So if you feel working with the applicant that condition is warranted, you can do that. I also wanted to say about self-storage facilities. Industry standards is usually with these storage units, the users are not there daily. They're not, and many of them are not there weekly. They're doing it occasionally, coming here and there. So this is one of the lowest land uses that that are need for parking. And I think Planning Commission can absolutely assess the density of this and how many parking spaces are there. There are many spaces on the street on the south side where parking is permitted that are not in front of residential properties. There are definitely residential properties further up West Lawrence Street. But in staff's report, we don't feel, while you're going to see some cars daily, we don't feel at any point there's going to be 300 cars there. Really with the indoor spaces, the requirement there, and the need for occasional on West Lawrence Street, the vehicular traffic that comes with self-storage from just industry standards is very low, and we don't anticipate that being any different with this site. So, thank you.
Thank you. If there is no other, oh, go ahead, Michael.
I have a clarifying question. A commissioner, I think it brought up during the public hearing, maybe by a commissioner. So the previous property owner had sought a conditional rezoning for a grow and processing facility. The Planning Commission recommended denial, but the City Council approved that. Is that correct in that understanding?
This was approved. I don't know the whole lineage, but it was an approved conditional rezoning that expired on May 22nd because we did not have an approved site plan.
And I just want to, again, offer the condolences on the passing of the previous property owner. But so even if the Planning Commission gave them a hard time, the City Council did ultimately approve that.
We approved it. We approved it.
Yeah, the city. Oh, and you think the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so did the City Council.
Yeah.
They got the conditional rezoning and obviously for different factors that didn't come to pass. But I just want to understand the genesis of that. And the concern in part was about what would be the impact, what would be the volume, what would be the impact. But I do fundamentally disagree that a self-storage facility would have all units or a large number of units based on how they operate in America, including in Metro Detroit. I don't see that being that high of a volume on a daily basis. I don't.
And if I could add also, sure. The previous owner, the impact and the density was nowhere near this capacity. It was more, it was processing, so there was not a lot of traffic in and out. And he did get a lot of buy-in from the residents.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Sue.
I have a question for Mark. Being that this is a special exception, and this kind of ties in with the site plan, because it's an existing building, you're saying that it doesn't have to meet the 40% transparency. But being that they're asking for a special exception, does that still apply?
Planning Commission could consider it for, aesthetics, and that, one of the things, again, Planning Commission can ask for conditions on, absolutely. So,
May I elaborate?
yeah.
So generally, what is considered grandfathered are things that do not trigger any requirement in the ordinance because the new use is being introduced. So because they're proposing mini storage units, that doesn't trigger any new facade requirements. So the existing facade is grandfathered. But like Mark said, because this is a special exception, you can require things above and beyond the ordinance. So there you go.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure, go. Oh, wait, does anybody else have a question before we go to motion?
I do. The item of security came up, and that was mentioned, I believe, in conjunction with the site plan itself.
It could be on the special exception, and actually even better on the special exception.
That if the applicant wanted to offer that as a condition for approval of the site plan, that applicant could.
No, we could do it. Since it's not a conditional rezoning, it wouldn't have to be offered by the applicant. But my motion is actually to table until the next Planning Commission meeting, whenever you're ready to take that up.
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
I move to table or postpone until the next regular Planning Commission meeting, which would be the July meeting, for the PSEP 24-003, this location's special exception application, and SPR 24-014, their site plan review for this same location for further research review and community feedback.
I second.
Is there any specific direction from that motion that for staff or for the applicant on this?
Well, I want to research what our options are to aspects that we can add to the special exception in terms of aesthetics, what you've raised in terms of what could or could not be grandfathered, in terms of the transparency, in terms of other elements that we can make sure that it is harmonious for the surrounding vicinity. And I just want to assess that based on the site. And I appreciate all the public feedback that we've received that can help shape and inform that in the weeks to come.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes to postpone.
Commissioner Northcross,
Yes to postpone.
Commissioner Duval,
Yes to postpone.
Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to postpone.
Commissioner Shepard,
I'll be the no. No.
Commissioner Parlov.
Yes to postpone.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So with that being said, we will also table the site plan review.
Yeah, my motion was for them both in tandem.
Thank you very much.
P.S. Please mow the grass.
Thank you. Yes. Very important. All right, we are going to move on to our next public hearing on our schedule this evening. It's application PSEP 24-006. It's regarding 382 Franklin Road. It's a special exception for a request to install automotive services at that location.
All right, so our second public hearing for the night is a special exception request for 382 Franklin Road. The applicant is requesting automotive services and specifically a fuel station. Let's see, the property is zoned C3 and staff is recommending approval with 4 conditions. So in terms of background, the proposed site for the automotive service facility is on the southwest side of Franklin Avenue and South Boulevard. The applicant will be closing their store at 356 Franklin and moving to the subject parcel. The site is currently undeveloped. It was previously a gas station / service facility until demolition around 1998. The applicant is proposing fuel pumps, a convenience store, and a takeout restaurant. Gas stations involve hazardous and flammable materials, and for this reason, the applicant will be required to submit both a stormwater pretreatment plan and a hazardous materials mitigation plan. The stormwater pretreatment plan has to be reviewed and approved by the city attorney. The hazardous materials mitigation plan has to be reviewed and approved by the fire marshal. The site will feature a new building proposed to be 4,501 square feet, which will include 2 tenant spaces. Furthermore, the applicant is proposing 9 parking spaces, one of which is barrier-free and meets our ordinance. There are 4 fuel pumps proposed with 8 spaces for vehicles to refuel. To buffer the site from nearby residences, the applicant is proposing a masonry wall with landscaping. And since the proposed use involves the storage and handling of flammable liquids, the applicant is required to comply with Public Act number 207 of 1941. So this gives you an idea of the location. They're proposing this entire site. It is currently 2 parcels. One is much larger, and then there's another sliver right here. As part of their site plan review, we'll discuss more how they have to get the parcels combined. Kitty corner across the intersection is the M1 concourse. Directly to the north is the convenience store that is owned by the applicant. There's commercial along South Boulevard, and then this entire area is the neighborhood. There are residences on almost all sides. In terms of zoning, both parcels are C3, which is a moderate to high intensity commercial designation. Most parcels on South Boulevard appear to be C1, which is a lower intensity, more retail focused commercial district. The yellow is R1, that's single family zoning. The blue is parking, and then this is the MUD for the M1 concourse. This is street view taken in August of 2018. This is looking north from Montana Avenue. You can see the property is undeveloped. Green space, sidewalk is in poor condition, and lots of foliage that has grown over the years. Similarly, this is the street view looking southwest from Franklin Road, kind of near the northeast corner of the property. This was taken in June of 2019. The trees cover it, but this gives you an idea of how the property sits in relation to nearby residences. Here is the proposed site plan. The convenience store will be right on the southern side of the property, with the fuel pumps and canopy proposed for the northern section. There will be parking here, and the dumpster is proposed for right here. Furthermore, the applicant is proposing a buffer masonry wall on the west side of the property here. There are going to be 2 approaches, one off South Boulevard at the northwest corner, and then one off Franklin Boulevard closer to the convenience store. Per the zoning ordinance, pumps are required to be 30 feet from any property line or building. The applicant has complied with that. I'm trying to think of anything else. I think that's it for now. These are renderings of the proposed facade. One thing that they'll have to revise the plans to address is the transparency. They're required 40%. It doesn't appear that they're meeting it, although it was unclear from the plans what exactly the percent transparency is. Otherwise, the materials appear to be compliant with the ordinance. My only question is in terms of the EFIS. You're not allowed more than 10% of the facade as EFIS. It was unclear how much of the facade is EFIS, but I do think it's around or under 10%. This facade here is the front facade. So this is the part of the building facing north. This is going to be the side you see off Franklin. This is facing east. And then this is what you'll see from the south. There are 7 standards of approval for special exceptions. Just like last time, I'm not going to read through all of them, but if you need me to reference any one, I can pull it up. In terms of staff's analysis, the master plan classifies this property as entrepreneurial, industrial, commercial, and green, which is the classification intended to encourage the positive reuse of vacant or underutilized property in strategic locations around the city. The proposed use suits the character of the South Boulevard area, which has developed as a commercial corridor. Automotive service facilities such as this are classified as a high pollutant producing land use, and as a result, the applicant must provide a water pretreatment plan and hazardous materials mitigation plan. The proposed use will not be a burden on essential public facilities and services. The city engineer and fire department have reviewed the development to assess this concern, and they have not raised any concerns. The primary nuisance of concern for gas stations is the flammable liquids stored on site. The applicant, as I've already stated, will be required to work with the fire marshal and city engineer to address these nuisance concerns. With that, staff finds that this proposal, hold on. Okay, yeah, sorry. So with that, staff finds that this proposal is appropriate for special exception use approval. We have 4 proposed conditions. 1, a required stormwater pretreatment plan shall be approved by the city of Pontiac prior to final site plan approval. 2, hazardous materials mitigation plan will be approved by the fire marshal. 3, all sidewalks shall be repaired to city standards. And 4, all the conditions of the associated site plan approval are honored. And with that, I have sample motions for your use.
Thank you very much. For my fellow commissioners, any questions for staff? Vernita?
No questions for staff.
Thank you. Michael?
Not at this time.
Tim?
No questions.
Christopher?
No questions at this time.
All right, then.
I do have some questions for the applicant, though,
Okay,
if the applicant is present.
We'll wait for him to come up. He'll be up
Okay.
in a moment. Anything, Sue, for
No
staff?
questions.
All right, nor do I. So if our applicant can please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Eric Williams with Stonefield Engineering and Design. Address is 607 Shelby Street, Detroit, Michigan. We are the civil engineer on the project. Mr. Chris Denha, the applicant and owner, is also in attendance tonight if you have any questions for him. So appreciate the feedback from Corey's staff. It's been great to work with everybody as we work through the process. As Corey had indicated, there are a number of conditions that we are more than happy to work with staff on in terms of stormwater management, pretreatment. We understand that is a requirement, and we're happy to comply. And similarly with the fire marshal requirements for any hazardous materials. Aside from local standards, there's also state standards that we'll have to follow as well. So we are more than willing to comply with all of them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pivot to Vernita, but before I do, I'm really not understanding why there are cell phones still making noise in the audience tonight. We've not had this issue before, and it really needs to be addressed before we can move forward. It's a distraction to us. We're trying to do a good job for everyone, not just the applicants, but for you as residents. So please, if everyone can take their phone out of their pocket and put it on silent, if you haven't done so when you came into the room, would you please do it now? Because there are alarms going off. We've not had this happen before, and the fact that I keep asking for it to be done, it's almost like it's intentionally being ignored, and I'm not going to have that, and I'll stop this meeting if it isn't addressed. Thank you. Vernita, please.
What kind of restaurant?
Apologies. I don't know that the actual restaurant's been decided at this point. But it would be something similar to like a Soroki's Chicken. I think, you know, if you've been around town, people are placing these small carry-out restaurants within the convenience store and gas station. So no seating, more carry-out style.
Yeah. I'm very familiar with this area. I've come to your store many times. What I like about your store is that it can be a very, how can I say this, colorful clientele that you have. And you really seem to maintain it very well. I'm very familiar. So I'm looking forward to your expansion.
Thank you, Vernita. Michael.
Can you share for the commission and the community, what's the parking landscape look like? What would be the impact of parking for your customers?
I guess I'm not sure I fully.
How many spots you got in front of the facility itself?
Sure, yeah. So 9 dedicated parking spaces right along the front curb line. So building's kind of the grayed out area on the south end. You'll have 9 parking spaces directly in front of the store. And then obviously there's 4 pump locations, so you could see an additional 8 parking spaces if somebody was to fuel up, finish, run into the store, and head back to the vehicle.
So at a high water mark, we could be looking at all 8 pumps have vehicles, and then all 9 spaces. How many would be designated for handicap?
1. So that meets federal guidelines.
And that meets the guidelines. Because part of my concern is, you know, I don't want parking to have to spill out into the neighborhood, spill out onto the side streets. Yeah. It always has rankled me how for the existing location on the northwest corner, sort of the parking is awkward, so it leads to sometimes complications with flow of traffic, and you want to make sure your patrons and anyone just passing by are safe. So I'm not judging this site or this request on that. It just highlights at an important intersection in our community the need that parking is adequate, that parking can flow. So we know the mixed-use district on the northeast corner. The current zoning for the current property at the northwest corner is C1. Does the applicant intend to still have an active business, or will they intend on looking to market or sell that property?
Correct. So Concourse Market would be basically moving into the new building when it's ready. So again, we're hoping to break ground later this summer. You know, I'm not sure the full construction timeline, but at that point they would move into the new space and would look to remarket, release. Again, not 100% certain what will go on at that building, but that's something that we're still investigating.
Okay. And then obviously the southeast corner, that older brick building, that has the C1 zoning as well. Google says that it's got McKenzie moving in it. I've seen that building marketed for sale. I'm not sure if other planning commissioners that drive by it more often know exactly, but I just want to, you know, I'm trying to orient. The request is for a special exception. Do we as the community say, yes, we will make this exception because it's automotive services specifically that has hazardous materials? It's already been zoned appropriately, so it's not a rezoning request. And obviously the site was used for a similar purpose, if not the same, but a similar purpose in previous decades, and that's probably why it was zoned accordingly. So are we talking about 2 parcels?
Correct. So those will be combined, assuming the application is approved. We would look to combine those into one.
And it's since been demolished, but I remember there being a structure that was used for a private purpose. Maybe it was on that separate parcel. And so, but so those 2 parcels, they are owned by the applicant already, or is there an option to purchase?
If you don't mind, that second parcel.
Could you please approach the podium? Thank you. So everyone can hear your important information. Your name and address for the record,
Christopher Denha, 360 Franklin Road.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So that second property where the new store would go was, I believe, Elam Beauty Supply. It was an abandoned building. I bought it, tore it down for the city, cleaned it all up per the previous mayor and regime, which I also did behind the store. Took an abandoned building, tore it down, cleaned it up. 3rd generation in this city. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to just making it better.
How long have you, thank you very much.
Yeah.
How long have you and your family owned the Concourse Market?
Over 70 years, if you include my grandfather.
That's a good run. And what, 10 to 20 years from now, what's your vision for this property and facility, you're asking for the special exception. Is your hope that that can endure for generations as well, this convenience store, carry-out restaurant, and refueling gasoline?
What you mean? How long do we plan on keeping it?
What's your vision?
Forever.
Is this long haul?
Yeah, God willing, I have a son, and it's his. I mean, I do plan on naming it after my dad, who passed away 4 years ago. So, yeah, I'll let Eric take over if you got any
Yes,
questions.
thank you very much for answering those questions. So for staff or for the professional crew of the applicant, can you help the community and this commission understand that buffer along the western perimeter that we're talking about? Obviously, there's a road itself on the south side and a road itself on the north side and the east side, but what does that required buffer look like, and what is the applicant building in to make sure that there is proper screening, comfort, ease, that it's not encroaching too close?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we are intending to do, and I think there was a question of clarification from Corey's staff report. We indicated a masonry wall. It will be 6 feet tall, very similar to what you would see in most trash enclosures, settings. So brick masonry to match the building will extend property line to property line along the west property. It's set back approximately 5 feet from that line, and then we'd also supplement that area with landscaping just to soften the masonry up a little bit.
And if I may respond to what is required, a special exception of this type is required a type A buffer. We're adjacent to residential, which is either a masonry wall with 2 deciduous trees every 100 feet, or the other option, which the applicant's not going with, but it's more landscaping.
All right, I'll leave further questions for now until I hear from community members.
Thank you. Yes, sure.
I did have another follow-up as Mike was going through his line of questioning. There's been some recent tension with M1 Concourse in that area, and a lot of the noise impacting, parking impacting, event impacting the residents. How do you plan to address that, or have you spoken with them in some sort of partnership? I just want to understand what that looks like already under stress and bad communications with the neighbors there.
Yeah, of course. So I know obviously Chris is in the store from time to time. I believe he knows a number of folks that are here this evening, so I know they've had dialogue over the last couple of weeks since this was filed. So in terms of what exactly those communications were, I can't speak to that. But I think, Mr. McGinnis made a good point of parking and access. The site, as it sits today, isn't, maybe ideally situated. I think what we'll see here is new, well-defined access points to and from both roadways, defined parking to ensure, again, no negative impacts to the neighbors. As far as noise,
Well, yeah, that's not your concern as much, but I just wanted to know that the scope of what's been discussed, and there, like I said, is some tension already there.
Sure, yeah. And then in terms of noise, I mean, the fuel and convenience store, it's really not a huge noise contributor, right? There'll be time to time if there's loading, unloading of maybe food goods or fuel drop, once a week, there will be some noise, but it won't be continuous noise at all hours. I believe what Chris has indicated is hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So again, we're not looking for 24-hour operations here. We're going to limit it to, those core business hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim, anything?
No questions.
All right. Christopher, do you have any questions for our applicant?
Yes, I do. Let me bring them up. Okay. And I think you've attempted to answer the question about, has a meeting been held with the residents who are around the Franklin and South Boulevard area to discuss the project?
Meeting has not been held.
Okay. And you mentioned the hours of operation of the convenience store, gas station, takeout restaurant as being, what was that again?
7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Okay.
And that matches what Concourse Market is today.
Okay. Has a traffic study been done in this area as to the potential problems, because what we have is basically a two-lane highway for Franklin Road. It does have a turning lane at the intersection. And then we basically have a two-lane highway for South Boulevard that does have, well, it has, in fact, 3 lanes heading in the east direction where you have a left turn lane if you're southbound on East Boulevard. And then you have a lane where you can continue through onto South Boulevard, crossing over Franklin Road. And then you have the ability to make a right turn from South Boulevard onto Franklin Road. Now, there's an issue I've noticed a couple of times heading down Franklin Road, heading up Franklin Road. It'd be north on Franklin Road, trying to cross over South Boulevard, where there's a semi-truck in front of me, and they want to make a right turn. They're heading north on Franklin Road, and they want to make a right turn onto South Boulevard, and they have to wait until the turning lane is vacant on South Boulevard heading west so that they can swing into that turning lane and use that so that their trailer clears the curb. Now, that's something that was raised a couple of years ago when that intersection was reworked. How come they couldn't do it any better? And I guess there was some things with utilities and other items, but that tends to be kind of a choke point. And then I'm looking at heading west on South Boulevard, crossing over Franklin Road, just explaining why I was asking about a traffic study. If one were to turn into the convenience store, they would have to cross over the turning lane, the continuing lane, and then the right turn lane. And that's kind of at a choke point in the road, because the road then goes a little further and then it splits where it's directional and we have the median in the way. So that was a question. And then what's going to be sold in the convenience store?
It's typical convenience items, everything I think similar to any other convenience store you'd walk into.
Will beer, wine, or liquor be sold in the convenience store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will beer, wine, or liquor be sold in the takeout restaurant?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's interesting that you mentioned on this site there was previously a gas station many years ago. I was trying to pull that out of my memory. I guess it was back in the 80s was the last time that structure was there. It might even have been earlier than that. And I also remember that there was a bar at one time, I think on the southern portion of the site, that became, I think, part, I don't know if the beauty store, that was turned into the beauty store with the Elam brothers. But yeah. And that serviced a lot of the clientele who were at that time working for Truck and Coach, where I worked for a little while, in fact. Okay, but with Truck and Coach disappearing, yeah. Also, I wanted to make a note, too, that along South Boulevard, even though some of those properties are Zone C1, there are some residential properties along South Boulevard just to the east of Franklin Road. You can actually see that some of those are houses. Yeah, even though all through South Boulevard from Franklin Road all the way up, I believe, to Holland Street, that is listed as C1, but there are also some residential properties, and those that aren't residential for the most part are now open properties. You know, just vacant land. So the area is kind of sitting on a fulcrum, can go either way. Okay. Yeah, I guess I have not. I'm not a real fan of convenience stores and, well, certainly gas stations that are bounded on 3 sides by 2-lane highways.
Commissioner Northcross, if I could stop you right now, Planning Commission's role is to ask the applicant questions. We have not had the public hearing. You really need to be holding off on deliberations and your opinions until after you receive all this information, just for the public's trust in this process.
Understood.
So, thank you.
Understood, excuse me. Well, I'll stop there. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Christopher. Sue, anything for our applicant?
Not at this time.
And I don't have anything either. So what we'll do now is we will open public hearing, and again, same rules apply. You'll have 3 minutes to state your thoughts. Please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. Once you have said what you need to say, please take a seat and remain silent until we are done with this petition. And if there's anything that's already been said, if you can avoid repeating what the questions are for what someone has already been brought up, so we can move the meeting forward. I open public hearing.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass again, President of Citizen District Council. And I'm not going to say too much, but we do not want a gas station in that congested area. We got UWM, we got M1, and we got 2-lane highway, and that and South Boulevard, all of that combined together. Right now, we can't get out or in. We do not want a gas station at that area, that close to residents. Now, whatever it was back then, it was a two-pump gas station. I lived on Highland Street, where I still live now. I know what was over there, and I know how long it's been. I'm not that old to where I'm forgetful. But point of fact is, I had a city planner tell me that District 1 was not important enough to get information. I speak for all districts. Anytime I speak for all districts. I have 8 groups in my in District 1 that I deal with and collaborate with. Point of fact, all of them are important because a lot of them are homeowners. So when you change that rule to where residents were no longer important enough to get notification, that was a problem for me. I didn't say nothing, but I don't want this developer and any other to feel like we don't want development in our area. But it's certain things that just should not be put in a congested area of that magnitude with all those houses. I live 2 blocks over. If I don't like to deal with what ifs, but if something did happen, I would want my structure damaged. So no, we don't want a gas station in that area. There's a lot of other things that can go there rather than a gas station. So with that, I'll take my unimportant self and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass, and you are important.
Good evening and honors to everyone here, everyone in the audience. I'm Brian Killian Bay, Pontiac Charter Commission. I just would like to speak on the fact that would any one of you want a gas station next to your house? We as residents of this city are sick and tired of people coming in not accepting or speaking to us, but for us. It should have been at least a conversation. I know this man well and his father and respect y'all, but y'all should have came to the community and asked what we want. Right behind there and right behind both locations and right across the street, our residents. You didn't consider it. High pollutants. Who wants to stay by that? Go out there in Bloomfield, Waterford. Do you think they're going to allow y'all to do that? No. They're not going to have some situation that's high pollutant in their neighborhoods. It is too congested, first of all, right now. Have you went down there lately? Anybody went down that street? Well, I just happened to go down there with all the previous construction and almost got hit head on. Reason being because you don't even have the proper signs for the streets to go right. And there's so many people going so many different ways, we don't know where we're going. Now we're going to allow just anyone, just everyone to abuse our situations. Yeah, that was a gas station before, but that was a long time ago. Very long time ago. And we have to get with modern times. We're going to increase in traffic. You're going to increase, like you said, high pollutants. We're going to increase in danger far as our community, far as walkability. Have anybody thought about those kids crossing those streets? It hasn't been done, and we need to consider these things. We need to consider them a lot, and we need to actually get involved with the CDCs and the other programs and the neighborhood watches in our neighborhoods, and make sure before they even come to you, you ask the people, have y'all talked to the citizens? Have y'all spoken to those? Because like I said, who wants to stay next to a gas station? I'm pretty sure none of y'all up there want a gas station moving right there, because you know what it means after that? Your quality of life has just went down. So I'm pretty sure nobody would want to believe or think or honestly respect those that come up here and talk and blow us off, or, you know, oh, they just saying so. We're the citizens that vote here, that spend the money here, that's been here. I've been born and raised here. My mom passed away fighting for this city. And I'll be damned, excuse me, if I allow someone to come in here and tarnish her legacy by putting up something without even talking to us, without even considering what the community wants. There's many things that that land can use, and the gas station is not it. Peace.
Thank you. Okay, you need to be quiet in the, if you want to come and speak at the podium, you may. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Deirdre Waterman, 312 Ottawa Drive, Pontiac, and a former member of the Planning Commission that I stand before this evening. I do come today. I am not a resident of District 1, but I am a believer that the city should be built and constructed and bring industry in that increases the livability and the current structure of a neighborhood. I'm doing that also because I've been consulting with various groups in terms of how they go about approaching problems in their area, such as when District 1 didn't want the medical marijuana or recreational marijuana facilities brought in to their neighborhoods. We were able to get that considered so that we didn't have those marijuana facilities brought into the neighborhoods. On this issue, what I'm asking you to do, Planning Commission, is the same thing that you had done previously when I was on Planning Commission, and I think you've done for other districts, is that they don't know whether this particular facility will be good or bad, or maybe some people have already made the decision, but I ask you to make sure that they are consulted as residents. This is important because the things you have considered, and the Planning Commission has done their job in saying the condition should be stormwater treatment and those sorts of things, but that does not determine the livability. And that is what people should be respected for and considered for. We did that before when I was on Planning Commission. I remember there was a tense District 2 matter that you told the applicants to go back and talk to the neighborhood and to get their opinion first. And you listened to them. I asked you to give the same respect and the same courtesy to District 1. Let these people come and tell them what is the format they're considering. This is also a very controversial area. It's already kind of congested as it is because of the presence of N1, and these residents have had to endure certain inconveniences already. So we're bringing a gas station there. We know it was there in 1998, but the whole neighborhood has changed since 1998. So those are things that I ask you to consider, Planning Commission, before you grant what is optional, special exemption, because there are other things that need to be considered, and I think the residents should be respected and should be heard.
Thank you.
Carlton Jones again, 1323 Oakland Drive. I think I'm starting to understand a little bit what issues that are being brought to the forefront. And Mark, I know I respect you from being a good planner, from what I can see of you, and Corey coming in new. But I think that's where we're starting to see that you guys are proving per what you see in the guidelines, but you're not telling whomever coming to you that they need to go to the community. And I'm not saying it would change your recommendation, but then you would assure the fact that they're talking to the community from which they want to come and improve or build in. So it's going to be important that you working for the city, that we as citizens really want to have a voice and buy in to the people who come and want to make improvements. I'm glad to hear that this gentleman said that he's got 70 years. I know that location. I was born and raised right there at that location. Know it back when it was a gas station. I know it wholeheartedly. I know your store across the street. Parking has always been an issue. People park on the street, come up on the curb and park and everything. But I think you ran a decent business that people will support it. But when I can look at even in that site plan, to me, even putting a wall in the back of that building, it cuts the neighborhood off to like you blocked off. Amen. You put a wall on one side of the residence, and then you put a back of a building on the other side, that's blocking off that whole community, the people who live over there. So it just doesn't sit well for the existing community. And I know I'm working right now in tune to where vehicles are going, and we're going into electric age. We're going to the point in 2035 they want electric vehicles. Now, people coming with pumps, I know we still going to have gasoline. It's not necessarily futuristic to me. So I think we just need to revisit, and I'd love to work with you on how something can be more receptive to the community, and we do it that way, and that you buy in that we want it to be something that works for the community first, not just for the planners, not just for the city, that it works well for the community. And I think we can make something work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. H.B.O. Maxey, community activist and official ombudsman for District 1. I heard about this 24 hours ago from Mr. Bass. The first thing I asked him, what equity are you bringing to this community? What equity are you bringing as it relates to education, economic development? I understand the streets are being paved. Please, the federal government and Oakland County are having the streets paved, not in the outside agency. See, I understand one thing I look at, and I give the Planning Commission applause. They look and listen. Do you think that you're going to drop in here and convince them? But what does the citizen have to say? What, did you send a survey among our citizens? We have 8,000 senior citizens in the city, the majority in District 1, and which I'm a member of the task force in Atlanta, keep up with it. What equity are you bringing? Let me flip the switch for you. You realize in 1998, when I was here working for Oakland County, the problems we had before that building was torn down, malls, everything illicit you want to think about. And now you flip forward. Now, there has never been digging down, you've never went in the ground, and you've never found out how far did you dig to make sure the water is quality. Pollutants in the air. We've had that problem with I call them the great magnificent automobile place that race up and down the street. Thirdly, as we speak, we've got 4 people from our community counting cars in that district. How many cars go through that corner, that area specifically? How many cars? It's going to take us another 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks because we're going to count them. Because When did you give the planning commission this plan? When? When? I want to see, along with the other citizens, the site plan. The site plan. Two other things I picked up. Emergency in that area. What about the emergency routes in that area? We had a lot of problems when you were paving, when we were paving the streets.
It's time, Mr. Maxey.
A lot of problems. Secondly, I would like to get that report on water quality and air pollution. The citizens, ma'am, want to see that.
It's time, Mr. Maxey. Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay,
But
thank you.
thank you
I
for
hope
your
what I said,
thoughts.
you all have listened and understand one thing. Bang! Go to Birmingham, go to Southfield, go where you want to. But don't plant here and think we're overnight people. You got a plan commission and our citizens.
Thank you,
for this
Mr.
time.
Maxey.
Thank you. Go elsewhere.
Good evening. Andrea Mans. I'm a resident and a homeowner in District 1. Now, picking up where Mr. Maxey left off, I believe that area to put a gas station there is a safety hazard because it is a lot of traffic there, and it's not conducive to the improvement of the neighborhood to put all of that stuff right there on that corner. And I know because I live there, and I've been to the gas station where the chicken. Now, it's tons of people up there trying to get chicken and get gas. So it's either not enough room for the people to park for the chicken or not enough room left for the people to park for gas. So the people that's waiting for either or have to take the available spots, and it's always jam-packed and crowded. And there you have 3 or 4 lanes onto Woodward all the way around. There's only one lane coming and going in those areas, either way, in either direction. And like he said, they own that store on the corner. I know for a fact they park on the street, up on the sidewalk, and then the parking lot is jam-packed. And you're talking about only 9 parking spaces? That's crazy. That's insane. So, yeah, like I said, that's a safety hazard. So, because there's already too much congestion. And if I noticed correctly, on one of those slides, in that area was a fire hydrant. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. But right there it is. So that's, again, that's a safety hazard because if a fire truck comes, where's the fire truck going to go? How's it going to maneuver and park there and put out a fire or plug in if it's being covered by other cars that's parked there? And with the traffic coming from, because I watch this every day, so I see the people coming down my street, flying down the street, trying to get to UWM. So it's a lot of congestion coming down my street and around that area because the streets have been blocked off. And even when they're not blocked off, those people are lost and confused. Well, they're lost, the sense that they're lost and confused jams us up. So as a resident, if I was trying to get somewhere and these people sitting around stagnant, looking how to get around here, riding through the neighborhood, I can't go anywhere. There's no room to maneuver when there's only one lane. So either you can come or you can go. You can't do both. You know, so I don't think that's a good idea for that reason. And again, somebody mentioned the semi-trucks. You know, where are the semi-trucks going to go? I see the semi-trucks going down my street, and they're not even supposed to be on my street. And they have to turn wide just to get out. Where are they going to turn? There's nowhere for them to turn. I don't know who sat there and thought this was a bright idea, but they need to do some more thinking because it definitely is not a bright idea.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sonia LaDuff Malone. I'm a District 2 resident, and I was listening to this tonight, and I was thinking that they had a gas station on Voorhees and Huron, and there was a reason why they shut that one down because of the pollutants over there. The residents were upset because it was entering their atmosphere, and it was too close to their residential area. So they did, for that reason, shut down that gas station. So I don't see how it's I see how it's detrimental to having a gas station right next to your home. And even if you put up a 6-foot wall, it's still not going to stop, you know, the traffic flow or the noise from that and things like that. So I'm just saying, I see that when a lot of the businesses come up here, they don't have to pretty much represent themselves up here because the planning manager over there would do it for them. They don't have to have their stuff together at this podium or actually have, you know, a site plan or saying that they actually talk to residents. They don't have to do any of that because the planning manager and the person over here will do it for them. I've sat up here and listened to it in city council meetings, and I've sat up here and listened to it here in planning commission meetings. They don't have to do, if this was Bloomfield, they would have to represent themselves. They would have to have their marketing people and all these other things. But here in Pontiac, they don't have to. They can come up here not prepared, and you guys will okay stuff. You guys will sit up here and say, hey, yeah, that sounds, I mean, you have questions about it, but then you'll go ahead and okay it, and then it's something we have to deal with 10 or 15 years down the road because you don't stay next to these things in which you okay. That's the kind of problems I have with watching the city council meetings when the planning manager speaks for the businesses, and they come up here, I mean, have their marketing people saying they can't see up here. They don't even have to be prepared. And they know when they leave out of here that they even say, I've heard some of them say, was that too easy? That was just too easy. So my thing is, please stop doing this. I'm just sitting over here listening to they don't even have to sell themselves here. And it's just disheartening that you guys will sit up here and question stuff. I'm very emotional about this because we've had too many things here in Pontiac where you guys have been on there for years, okaying stuff that we, coming 20 years down the road, have to pay for later on. Please do your homework and see if this is a hazard thing for this. And there was a reason why the gas station was closed back when. There was some kind of contaminant at that time. So my thing is, and it wasn't conducive then. So look into all this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Thomas Lawrence, and I live in District 1. And for one, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to be honest. I'm disappointed with the Planning Commission. Been that way for a long time. Because like Sonia was saying, oftentimes you sit back and you go in the rooms and you talk about all these different ideas that these people present to you, these different businesses that have either been here and want to expand or those that come in. You got some very intelligent people living in Pontiac, so stop playing. I sound like Gloria Miller now. Stop playing the stupid. I'm just going to be honest, because I'm tired of it. I've been a lifelong resident here. I know most of the people sitting up there personally. I know Tim, and I know Mike McGinnis and Mr. Norcross and Vanetta and all that. But these two guys, I'm not even going to talk about them. I'm not going to discredit anybody and talk bad about them. But what I am going to say is that I'm tired of the way things are operating here in Pontiac, because when you look on the south side of Pontiac, where they're talking about building this gas station, you look at M1, you look at the Sunoco gas station, you look at, now let's look at this from an environmental point, because I'm an environmentalist. I've been an environmentalist for quite a long time, and I deal with environmental education with children. What are we putting out there for our children to not only live in a poor environment that's full of all this emissions and gas and fumes and poison, all this stuff is going on, it's also going to be interacting with the water sewage system. I look at the M1. They got approved, and it was a brownfield. They got approved when nobody else could get that property because of whatever the politics that were played or whatever they were doing, but they got approved. And you think about all the contamination over there when GM was here with that plant. All of that, they put like 12 inches, what is it, just some covering surface stuff over there to make sure that it alone would fly with the Planning Commission, with the City Council, and with all the folks here who are all hooray for this M1. Now you got to look at noise pollution. Be considerate of the fact you got seniors like Mr. Maxey was. You got seniors living on the south side. You got young people that go to school. You got homeowners. You got folks middle-aged. You got teenagers. We count too. We are human beings, and we like to. I'm getting kind of pissed about it. I'm really, Lord Jesus. I'm trying to be cool about this because I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of all this stuff that's going on in Pontiac, and we're not considered as residents. I mean, I support businesses. I own my own business. I own a small business. But I support businesses that are doing the right thing by the people that live in Pontiac, not by the folks who don't live in Pontiac, who don't have a stake in Pontiac, who don't invest in Pontiac other than a business to draw money out, like he was saying about this generation. I respect that. That's your business. But please, do not expand something like a gas station in a neighborhood that doesn't really need a gas station, that's going to be more detrimental and harmful to the folks who live here, especially when the children are growing up and the parents are taking care of their kids and the seniors are living out their golden years. Let them enjoy the environment that they live in. Be serious about this. The guy right here on the Planning Commission, I agree with what Sonia said also. It seems like he's impartial to them. He will speak for them. I'm tired of that too. You work for us. And from what I remember, our tax dollars pay your salary. So please, Talk to the residents and ask the residents exactly what they want. I'm a CDC member. I'm proud of Mr. Bass. He fights for us. So it's time for us to fight with him. And that's what we're going to start doing even more. Because I'm not going anywhere now that I'm back home. I mean, born and raised in Pontiac, and I'm an educated person too. I'm not a stupid person walking around and looking dumb and talking about things that don't matter. I'm very concerned about everybody in this room, everybody that lives in Pontiac, that lives in that neighborhood, it's including myself. So let's get real about how we make our decisions when it comes to putting things in place that are more beneficial for the residents that live here. That's not beneficial as far as I can see, not just today, but not just for the future, but every day. Because if a place like that gets passed and it starts to operate, you got a whole lot of other issues going on, congestion of traffic. You got all kind of things going on. We could be up here all day talking about this. This is a terrible plan. And I'm just going to be honest with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody doing? I'm not going to be long. I'm just going to say this.
Your name and address, please.
Oh, Maurice Mahone, and I stay on Franklin. Everybody wants to come to Pontiac and bring all these businesses. You want to build something for these kids in this community. I'm with the kids all day, every day. I'm known as Coach Darling in the city. I coach the kids' youth football. Look at our kids around here. They're about to get out of school. Where do they have to go? All the crime that's going on. Because why? Nowhere to go but the streets. You want to build a business? Listen, man, businesses have to come for cities to be prosperous. Well, I understand that. But the citizens come first. But these kids come first. If you want to put some on that property, put a community center. Put a school. Put a Boys and Girls Club. Quit bringing all these businesses to Pontiac and putting these kids last. Look at all the crime, the kids. But no, every time I look up, something is being built. But ain't a brick being laid for us. Community center, a new school, a playground. Fix the playgrounds up. Quit putting our kids last. If you want to build something for these kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ricky Sherrill. Can we get the view of the north view of that property, please? Okay, that one there. If you guys see the house that's sitting straight ahead, I'm the closest resident to the new proposed station. A couple of things were said that I'd like to address the commission with. That's where I live at, 265. Is anyone on the commission that would like to live in that house if there's a station there? That's where I live. Let me say this to you guys. Chris, I'm speaking to you. I grew up with your dad. I'm 74 years old. I've been going to that store since I was 4 years old, for 70 years. I still patronize your store. Unfortunately, we haven't fixed your original store. It's dirty. There's trash all over. The dumpster's not covered. It's a bad look. I'm not going to review or go over everything everyone said because it's all true, but I'd say this. Who wants to live in that house if there's a station there? I'll let you guys.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Cheryl Dove, and I live on South Boulevard, right down the street there. And I am not in favor of the gas station being there. I think the pollutants in that area, we are developing and have been developing that community and the homeowners. I'm just very concerned for all of us that live in that community, putting a gas station, a convenience store, and the restaurant. South Boulevard is the east-west connector street for all traffic going from Woodward up to Telegraph, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a tight street, and as you already know, South Boulevard is the boulevard. I am very concerned with the congestion, the traffic, and I am not in favor of a gas station at that corner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosalind Northcross, 168 Astorwood Street. I'm also the chair for the Neighborhood Association for District 1. An automotive service facility is not an appropriate location for this gas station at Franklin Road and South Boulevard. This site is located at the intersection of two streets that have only one lane going in each direction. We are concerned that the gas station will make traffic, which is already bad, even worse. The sidewalks on Franklin Road and South Boulevard are primary walkways for the community, and the curb cuts that are going to be made to allow cars to enter and exit the gas station will put pedestrians at risk because the space is tight on the sidewalks. Nowhere in Pontiac is there a gas station inside of a neighborhood. Why a special exemption for this one? Why is a special exemption needed to allow a gas station in this neighborhood? Go a mile east or west on South Boulevard Golf Drive, and there's a gas station, one at South Boulevard and Woodward, the other at Golf Drive and Telegraph. Both of these gas stations are located on multi-lane roads. Neither Franklin Road or South Boulevard is a multi-lane road. We are also concerned with the light pollution that will impact the adjacent house from 7 to 10 p.m. The gas station will alter the character of the neighborhood and will alter the essential character of the area. We feel that a gas station is not harmonious with the character of the neighborhood. It will unnecessarily place hazardous materials in our midst, in our community, and it will make our neighborhood very unique. We will be the only neighborhood with a gas station in the middle of it in Pontiac. That's a uniqueness we don't desire. We already have a racetrack. In short, we don't want an inharmonious gas station located at Franklin Road and South Boulevard. We don't want the attending traffic issues, pedestrians put at risk because of the curb cuts, or a hazardous gas station located in the middle of our community.
Thank you.
Hi there again. I am Darlene Clark. You know my name by now, District 1. But now you're infringing in my territory, 506 Nebraska. So let's put the cards really on the table here. First, let me put this very clear because I'm a common denominator person. If 1 + 1 = 2, I can help you to show you where it equals 2. M1 is right there on the corner. It has traffic of cars coming in, elite cars coming in. But those cars don't want to go to other gas stations on the outside where there's predominantly minority people, and I'm being very generous when I say minority. They don't want to go to a gas station on Woodward where they're selling chicken and the people hanging out at and the drunks, okay? So I'm being very generous. So they want to have a convenient place for M1 to come bring your traffic. Now, you're right. I'm on truth as well. I've been knowing this man the day he was born. No, he may have been in business since 1954 for 70 years, but that building only been there, that store only been there since the late 60s, early 70s. That's not very long for us, for the people had to deal with it. What we had to deal with when his father was at that store and his grandfather is always the same. Drunks, junkies, you name it. And I mean laying on the floor. Let me tell you what they had. They had signs, beer signs all over the building. Somebody made them take it down because someone, when M1 came in, they decided to do a little facelift. But the problem is not just that. That right there was just a piece of cake for me. You know what really bothers me? You know that picture you had up there from 2018, Mark? With due respect, You had a picture there from 2018 that made that property look so clean. I actually just met with this man, and I told him I have been trying to get with him for 6 months to clean that property up. If he's owned that business since 1907, his family bought it in that property itself, not the store. He bought the property in 1997, and in 1997, he has infringed on the neighborhood by not maintaining that property. Would you put that picture up, please, so I can show you something? Please put it up. See that? See that? All that debris, that tree. Our kids walk up and down the street. You remember how you guys said, hey, if you hadn't cleaned the property up and you've been there that long, why isn't it cleaned up? Why is the trees looking like that? Why is that the neighbors, code enforcement had to come in and ask them to clean it up? I asked him to clean it up, and it's not cleaned up. Now, would you want that in Birmingham? Would you want that in West Bloomfield? Because Pontiac don't want it. We have tried talking to him. He thinks just like he keep that property and his family kept that property, that's what he think about the people of Pontiac.
Thank you. All right, if there is no one else who would like to make a comment, I'm going to close public comment. And a couple things I wanted to just reply to right off the bat. I know that our planning department works very hard within parameters of what they are required to work within, stated by the state of Michigan. I know Mark will continue what I'm saying now and explain his job description, so to speak. But as commissioners, we don't rubber stamp things up here. Maybe there are decisions that are made that are not popular with all the residents, but at the same time, we listen to what everyone has to say. We take into consideration what's being said, and we want input from the neighbors. We don't bow to people who are coming in from out of the community just because they have an idea. And if someone says in the hallway that was easy, we don't know what's happening out in the hallway. And if they think it's easy, well, maybe it was for them compared to another community that they've tried to build a business in. But we have requirements, and we are guided by our planning department, and we respect our planning department, and we know they do a very excellent job for us. So, Mark, would you like to also respond to what some of the people had said?
I will respond and then answer a few questions. The role of planning division, and that includes my staff, is really to set the table. We provide a staff report to Planning Commission as part of the packet, but we also present a Planning Commission to City Council. And we're trying to balance the role between the residents and the applicants of creating a fair process. And I want to thank everyone that spoke at the public hearing tonight for both cases. It's very important that you come out and speak because you're providing fact-finding information to Planning Commission in their deliberations tonight. And my goal in managing this department is to ensure that that happens. The onus is still on the applicants coming before Planning Commission, City Council, or any other board or commission to share that. But what the Planning Division does is really set the table of here's what's presented, here's the background information, here are some high-level analysis of the standards of approval, really just to make sure we have an efficient meeting where the facts are shared. So again, I want to thank everyone for coming out and providing information to the commission tonight. I did want to just identify a couple things that were brought up. Traffic, while Planning Commission absolutely can manage that as a concern. The engineering team has reviewed this. They're actually removing 2 curb cuts closest to the intersection. So that may not alleviate all traffic things, but it doesn't, from the engineering division, does not require any intersection improvements because it's actually improving what's there if this were to move forward. One of the things I just wanted to highlight of why this site design is like this the way it is, and again, I think the Planning Commission can review this. There's a massive easement in the center of this property right here. So if you see this blank space, there, other than pavement, nothing can be built here. And so I don't think this is ideally the best layout, but in terms of the property owner, the principal building either has to be down here or it has to be up here. And so obviously they've chosen to put the principal building down here next to Montana. Obviously, I think that's for the commission to review. Is this appropriate? Are there changes need to be made as part of the special exception process? But that's why that site design is there. And I did also want to mention obviously, we didn't take any modern photos because this site's really being used as a storing area for the construction along Franklin right now. So, I don't think that absolves the property owner from taking care of the property, but right now, there's a limit of what they can do just because of the construction equipment. So, if there is any questions, Planning Commission, that I didn't answer, I'd be happy to, but thank you very much.
Thank you for that follow-up. Bernita, do you have any questions right now before we move to a motion?
No, I don't have any questions, but I do want to say, again, to reiterate what you all have said also, when I first started with the owner, I commended him on keeping the neighborhood. But again, I'm familiar with going to the store. I don't live in the neighborhood, so I appreciate all of the input because it does change the perspective and add, it's enlightening. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bernita. Michael.
And I'm really grateful that the resident who lives immediately adjacent on South Boulevard was able to come, because that's really important. There's also a home on Montana that literally would be like, I don't know, maybe reach out and touch that retaining wall, pet that retaining wall. Very, very close. And then there's a home on Franklin, but is oriented so that way it's at the corner of Franklin, Montana. They'd be looking at the rear of the structure. Feedback was provided in the public hearing, and again, thank you very much for coming out to participate in the public hearing. That's the very purpose of them, so that way the public can be heard. But this is a special exception request because any automotive services facility in any part of the city, it's triggered that because of the unique nature of the impact of an automotive service facility. So it's not that this is a special corner. It's because it was already zoned C3 and they are seeking an automotive service facility. That's why it has this special hurdle that the community gets to grant. Will it have a special exception or not? That would be true for a C3 on my side of town, other parts of town, because it's an automotive service facility. If the applicant was proposing a restaurant alone, that does not require, based on the use, that would not require a special exception. It would not have prompted a public hearing. They would have had to come for their site plan, though, to make sure how's traffic, how's your parking, where's the water, where's your trash, going to be collected, where's that storage. And there's some other examples of that. For time, I won't get into all of them. But if they were also seeking in C3 to build a medical clinic or a pawn shop, those are other examples that would automatically trigger a special exception, meaning a public hearing must be held, neighbors must be notified, and that would have to be approved first by the Planning Commission on behalf of the city. So I just want to work that out, that is not only this corner that says, oh, this is a special corner, is getting special treatment. In fact, because of the intensity of the use, it must get that higher exception, that higher approval. So I just want to put that out there. But any property owner in the city of Pontiac and in any city, this is their right to say, hey, I want to use this property for this purpose, can I? And so spelled out by the state of Michigan, this is that process. The city did not prompt this. To my knowledge, and I doubt the mayor called them up and say, hey, will you build this? But I can't speak to the mayor, but this is the first I'm learning of it. This is the private property owner wanting to pursue their legal right to use the property. Because they're proposing this more intense use, they got to jump through higher hurdles, and this is one of them. So I just want to set the stage. And the Planning Commission, there were some heated words from some community members of the Planning Commission. These are all volunteers, and these are your neighbors. Amen. So, in fact, tonight, there is a party store expansion. They literally are my neighbor on Union Street by Woodward and Pike and all that. I literally do live next door to them and did when I lived on Mechanic Street too. We had a hearing a few months ago about facilities being built on Perry, contour windows, literally next door to her subdivision, Galloway Lake Estates. So there are tens of thousands of pieces of land in our city. So yes, not all of us can live immediately next door to every piece of Pontiac heaven. That's why it's important for you to come and offer that perspective. So I just want to answer those broader questions. And we do have from the planning team, Mr. Curry, if you want to wave, Mr. Christensen, and Mr. Yandrick. Mr. Yandrick, in part, is trying to be an advocate for his staff and the work that they're doing. When anyone applies for anything in the city, we want to be efficient and we want to adhere to the law and get those applications through. But it's an application that can come from any private property owner, including yourself. If you were trying to use your home or your property for something else, there's these legally set up methods for us to consider that. So I just want to set the table with that. But when it comes to the special exception, I am opposed to it because automotive service facility is higher intensity, higher impact, and it is just so close to residential areas. It has a negative impact on property values, 30 to 50% decrease. It has health implications in terms of extended use to fumes and exhaust from automotive service facilities, and the proximity of existing residential homes. I'm interested in Franklin Road, in South Boulevard, continue to enhance and continue to be harmonious and a positive thoroughfare, and that doesn't necessarily mean reverting to past intense uses. It's about reimagining the land. So that's where I stand as one of the planning commissioners, because if I'm looking to the future, how do we make this area improve? And I've got to think about how close it is to existing and future residents, and it's a special exception. So are we going to make an exception for this automotive service facility? I'm not opposed to all automotive service facilities, but I am in terms of close proximity to residential. And I do, at the end of my street, have a mobile gas station, and there are issues that do arise from that. I recognize that. That does not mean that that would be true for all gas stations, but people on the Planning Commission do have that firsthand perspective as well.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Okay, Tim.
I always love to follow up, Mike.
I know. Good luck.
So, well said. Did you want to say something?
We would like to provide a little bit of feedback.
Sure,
Is that
please.
just
Good timing.
You know, first and foremost, you know, I'm fine with the community coming out. I totally understand where they're coming from. For anyone to finger point about my family not giving back to the community, that's just blatantly disrespectful, and I'm not going to sit here and take that. I give $5,000 a year to the football team. I believe it's the Pontiac Panthers. We give 300 bags of toys and goodies every Christmas for the kids in my district. And on Thanksgiving, I think we gave 1,000 turkeys to District 1 with coats and hats. So I just want to put that to bed.
Thank you
with
for
respect to what's
sharing
going
that with
on
us.
South Boulevard, all you have is vacant, empty properties. So if you're going to talk about, you know, the property value going down, wouldn't it be better if those were brought up, either demoed or made nice, which is what I did? And I know Ms. Clark has an issue with a tree. If the city told me to cut the tree down, it'd be cut down. The city hasn't came to me and asked me. She's not the city. If the city
Please
comes
be
and asks
quiet
me to
in
do
the
something, I'm going to do it. If every single person that comes in and gives you a problem, I mean, I'm one person. Oh, I don't like the way that we park in the street. I don't like this. That's not fair to the business owners either. I mean, if you guys have asked me to do anything, it's been done immediately. So if the city wants a tree cut down, if that's the issue she has, it'll be done. But, you know, in my defense, she saw me on Thursday and wanted the tree cut down on Saturday. Is that realistic?
Darlene,
is that realistic?
Please, wait, stop, everybody.
So,
Just
you
stop
know,
for a moment.
And I understand
Denhoff,
everybody's
stop. Please
concerns.
Stop for a second. Just
go ahead.
Time out,
Yeah.
time out, time out. I know there's a lot of emotion in the room, and we need to get through this, and we're almost through it. However, we need to have everyone who's seated remain quiet while the person is speaking at the podium. Public comment is closed, so you cannot continue to have a conversation from your seat. Please continue, Mr. Denhoff.
You know, that's my only concern. It's like Franklin and South Boulevard. That area is businesses, and it was a thriving area when General Motors was there. You know, if everybody prefers it to be vacant buildings that don't look good, you know, that's up to the citizens, not me.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
The question before us is not the contributions or values of an existing business to the community, and that is definitely not the intention to call that into question. The point about decrease in property values is about residential property values. And so to say that South Boulevard is full of empty buildings, there are empty buildings if you look east. But if you look west, it is a beautiful, beautiful, well-maintained residential street. In part, you have been supportive of that. You advocate for that. So I just want to offer that full perspective that in part it's about the close proximity of the existing residential property immediately to the west and to the south. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Go ahead, Tim.
Again, I love following you. So it isn't fair to attack a business owner. So in fairness, what we've heard, we listen. Like, we do listen. We're not always here to choose what business should go there. We can't say we should we don't get to choose, should we put you had a great idea, put a community center there, but we don't get to do that. So I'm a pro-business guy. I've got business here. I'm a developer. I love seeing development. I don't love it. I don't love the idea of having a gas station there either. But that has nothing to do with your business and how you run your business. I don't love I mean, I think it's great. It would be nice to have more parking for what you're doing right now. But I'm not a fan of that idea either. I mean, I think Mike summed it up really good. I mean, it's not pointing a finger at somebody or judging your past or anything else. I just don't know why, if that's a great idea. Now, my question to Mark was going to be, and I think this was already answered, is, typically we don't, like on a site plan, we don't get to choose what business goes there and what happens. But in this case, we do have that choice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So
as long as it follows the standards, if you were to vote yes or no, correct.
Right.
Yep.
So we're not crossing any lines, but, and I think, and this may not be necessary, but a lot of residents might think that we do rush decisions. We don't. I mean, we're volunteers here. We spend hours and hours and hours dealing with this stuff. You don't get to see it, but we do. Everybody sits and reads their packets for hours a night. We don't get paid.
And visits the site.
What's that?
And
Many
visits the
commissioners
site.
will visit the site.
Yeah. So, I mean, but we do listen. And we listen to you as a business owner too. We're listening to you too. So I'm just not a full fan of it either, as far as the gas station side of that. But I love the expansions. I mean, I love the idea of a restaurant. I mean, I think that's a great idea. But you're the business owner, you're the property owner. You got to decide what you do with it at that point. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Tim. Christopher.
Thank you. Yes, I would, just as an aside, I do have experience working in a retail store for a number of years. My grandfather owned a retail store at the corner of Wesson and Bagley that I worked in for a number of years, Cooley's General Store. And it's a tough business. You got to be there. You gotta have the belief that the items you're bringing in are going to be sold to the people who are coming in, and it takes a lot of hours, a big commitment. Again, as I think has been said here, I guess the question is, how appropriate are the plans that were proposed? Are they harmonious? And I'm hearing that they're not harmonious with the rest of the community that's around them. I have to applaud you. I know the architect had to sit down and do a lot of thinking and working, and I know our people with the Planning Commission, to the best of their ability, provided whatever input they could. This is coming in under a special exception. The special exception permit review is a lot more stringent than what would be a normal site plan review. So there's some things in the special exception permit that I think has opened it up for the public to question some things, and for us to also get some improvement. And I'll say a little bit more on this at the end of the meeting about special exception versus site plan review. But right now, I am not in favor of this facility going in at that location. I don't feel it's harmonious with the rest of the community.
Chair,
thank you. Yes,
based on what Commission has heard, just for the sake of the meeting, unless there's something to deliberate, is the Commission ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion on, is there anything else you need to add right now? You're good to go. All right, I'm ready for a motion. If you'd like to make one, Michael? Yes.
I make a motion to deny the special exception permit request based upon standards related to circulation.
If I may,
Yes.
I think you're looking at the site plan standards. Okay. So up on the board here, these are the standards for special exception.
I keep losing them.
I move I move for the denial of the special exception permit request for the property in question due to the proposed use being hazardous and disturbing to the existing and future uses in the same general vicinity, and not being a substantial improvement to the community as a whole.
I second that.
Commissioner Duval.
I support the denial.
Commissioner McGinnis.
Yeah, just so everyone's saying, we were moving to deny it, so when we're saying yes to deny it. So
Yes to deny.
my vote, as with Commissioner Duval, is yes to deny.
All right, Commissioner Northcross.
Yes to deny.
Commissioner Shepard.
Yes to deny.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Yes to deny.
Commissioner Parlov.
Yes to deny.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So with that being said, we will not be taking up the site plan review for this same property.
Correct.
Okay. Then next on our agenda is public comment. So with public comment, do we want to take a break right now? Mark, do you want to take a 5-minute break?
I'd rather go through.
I think we're good to keep going.
All right, let's keep going then.
But sometimes it's okay to let 60 seconds to let the chambers empty.
All right.
Let's discuss this under communications. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, everybody that came into the store, I let them know what I was planning on doing and naming him after my dad. Nobody ever came back and said, "Oh, we don't like that idea." You know, I'm with you. I would have had a meeting if I knew that's how it worked. Good to see you. You as well.
All right. We are going to bring this room back to quiet so we can start our public comment and get through the rest of the meeting. So what I'd like to do...
Order in the chambers. Conversations to the exterior. God bless and good night.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. All right. I'm going to open public comments. And that means that all conversations now need to end. All conversations now need to end.
On this planning commission.
All conversations need to end that are in this room. You can go in the hall, but you need to stop talking if you're in here. I'm going to open public comment again. You've got 3 minutes to state whatever you want to talk about. State your name and address for the record. And again, once you've finished with your comment, please take your seat. You don't get another opportunity to talk. And if something's already been discussed, please don't bring it up again. Is there anyone who would like to bring up public comment tonight? All right.
My public comment, we just had quite an emotional session right there. One of the things I was going to add that I didn't have a chance to say during that 3 minutes was that I also understand, I just was informed that the other property across the street has now just been recently sold. So one of the things that people might have, and I was just telling the owner of the property, Christina, that it was unfortunate that that was so emotional that last session, because if they'd had a chance to really talk to the community and the residents beforehand and get that kind of feedback, it wouldn't have been that kind of embarrassing interchange. So one of the things, and I guess you've already decided, so my original comment was talk to the community and see how they feel. We have two very populous and active citizens groups in District 1, actually more than that, but we have one led by Rosalind Northcross and one led by Robert Bass, and if they'd had a chance to really talk to them, and another one, which I guess is in competition with the other two, led by the council person for that area. But that would have saved a lot of misunderstanding had those conversations been had and the residents been respected. with being able to know what the actual plans and activity were in that area. So, and I do take umbrage a little bit with when Planning Commission, I know you're doing your job, when you put the right signs up, the right number of feet away, and the right posting, you know, the right number of days ahead. But, and that's great for economic development. That's the rule of the law. That's how that's done. But I also want to put in the thought that economic development is not just bringing businesses in, and we do that, and we've developed that, and we've become now, a lot of businesses are coming in because Pontiac is now desirable again, and we've changed the narrative about the city. But economic development, spewed in there, is also community development. It's how the community develops, how we make this a livable city that's desirable. How do we make it harmonious with the things and the temperament of the population, the citizens who live here. And as you talk, and this was always something that I was keen upon with the previous planning managers when I was mayor, was as you are getting the input from new or inquiring businesses that want to come to the city or establish something new and different for the city, that you also give them a chance to know who they might also talk to get some feedback and let people know what is coming to their area. I'm going to end with that, but that's just something that I would like to put in your mindset again as something that we used to do, and I hope that we will continue that and make this unnecessary in future times.
Thank you.
I hope you guys aren't tired of me, but I represent, when you've been here as long as I have, you tend to like watch nature grow, fall down, get up again, and fall down and get up again. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm going to say to you guys, the people upon, and I really can say this because I talk to a lot of our people. One thing about it, when you've been here all your life, you're talking to somebody every day in your neighborhood, whether you want to or not. And a lot of people do watch these meetings more than you really know. I'm talking about community people. But understand this, please. We know this is a volunteer job. We know your job cannot be easy. We understand that. We also know that you have to be partial in making decisions, not so much what's based for the residents, but what's for the investors. But to present, on this day in June, the 5th, and backwards, the reputation of the investors that's coming inside of Pontiac is not very desirable. They come here, more and more are coming here that don't even live in our city. They don't even have a room and board here to say, hey, I know what's going on with the residents. Because if they did, they would be more than happy to communicate with the residents, which we find that they don't want to communicate with the residents. Pontiac is a dumping ground, and that's how the residents are seeing it. We just take any and everything that everybody rejected. M1 was rejected in Detroit, so they bought it here. You know, this store has been here since the 70s. The reputation that he has, I guarantee you, I can tell you some stories, and I mean some stories. Right, Mr. Norcross? So this is what the people said. This is not who we are. The man made it very clear. I'm intelligent. I have a degree. There's a lot of intelligent people who really love Pontiac. I don't want to leave Pontiac because my parents have paved the way so I can have a decent living in Pontiac. I have lived very comfortable all my life, and so have a lot of other people and got education, but my parents didn't have an education. They worked their way up from nothing. My father went to war when he was 9. My mother didn't even have a high school degree until she got in her 50s. She only graduated 3rd grade, but they prospered to make a very good business, 2 businesses at that. So with that being said, you do have respect. It's the investors that come in here to make promises and say what they're going to do. They don't have the respect, which leave a sore throat for the people to swallow. You know what I'm saying? You're leaving the resident out. Now, this young man, I'm going to say this right quick, he wants you to think that I'm worried about a tree. I'm not worried about a tree. I'm worried about the debris that's in the surrounding area that since 1997 he has not maintained.
It's your time, Darlene. Thank you again. Is there anyone else who wanted to say something? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you for your thoughts this evening. We are going to move on to our next item, which is SPR 24003. It's 140 East Huron Street, the expansion of the liquor store.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justin Curry, one of the planners here also, and I will be going over, as you stated here, Commissioner Parlov, SPR 24-003, applicant's name, Nahid Kanoma. Application for today will be a site plan review for the following address, 140 East Huron Street, which is requesting an expansion to the liquor store located in a C1 local business. The area of the expansion, liquor store here is 0.64 acres, which is 2,828 square feet.
Another
One
technical.
moment, please.
Justin, there's one thing he's going to do, it'll fix it.
Okay. Bear with us.
He's using his magic wand. There it goes.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Get that man a raise. The applicant proposes a commercial kitchen at the rear of the current liquor store, Huron Liquor Shop. Basman Hajar, the applicant, successfully petitioned for a variance on March 18th this year, reducing the required rear setback from 20 feet to 3 feet. The proposed kitchen addition spans 564 square feet. The setback will be reduced from 15.3 feet, which is the setback of the existing building, to 3.37, and one tree will be removed. The adjacent property directly to the south is vacant and undeveloped. The applicant's request stems from the increasing demand for specific food services from the clientele that they serve. And we do happen to have a visual here, as you can see. Maybe not with my pointer.
The upper green box there, isn't it?
Yes, that is the green box here. And I am so sorry that this pointer is not cooperating at the moment. Bear with me. I think I can get it work. Oh, look at me. Okay, here we go. So this is the location here of the site, 140 East Huron. And we have it here in between Mechanic and Union Street. And as you can see here, this is the location, located here in a C1 local business. And we happen to have a site plan. This here is the location, and the expansion would be within this realm here of the site plan. So due to the fact that the site exists and the applicant is proposing a simple rear yard expansion, most of the requirements in the zoning ordinance are either not applicable or the current conditions are grandfathered. The applicant is not proposing any new landscaping or exterior lighting necessitating review. The applicant is not proposing a use that poses a risk of negative off-site impacts, as all operations are conducted indoors and the site will remain primarily as a walk-in retail. The parking lot will remain as is and is compliant with the zoning ordinance. The dumpster pad and loading space will remain untouched. The expansion of a commercial use adjacent to residentially zoned property requires a type A buffer. The plan should be revised to include a 4-foot, 6-inch to 6-foot tall masonry wall with 5 feet of green space, and the portion of the property in which the expansion extends is excused from the required 5-foot landscaping buffer due to the variance issued by the ZBA. Trees may be permitted in the clear vision area if limbs and foliage are trimmed so that they do not block visibility or otherwise create a traffic hazard. And we happen to have our standards of approval here. Circulation, the site seems sufficient for traffic and pedestrian circulation. There are 2 access drives, one off Union Street and another on Mechanic Street. Building the current structure does not seem to pose any adverse impacts on adjacent properties. There are no existing natural features on site in need of preservation or buffering at this time. And the site layout and screening appear to be adequate according to staff. The compliance with the zoning ordinance, the site plan must be revised to include, again, a type A buffer along the south property line. So staff recommends the following conditions. 1, again, a type A buffer must be provided along the south property line per section 4.405 of the zoning ordinance before issuance of the final site plan. The applicant shall replace trees along Huron Street and Mechanic Street. The applicant shall repair and replace the sidewalk along West Huron Street and Union Street and replace the curb apron on Union Street as part of a right-of-way permit. And lastly, the pylon sign needs repaired and needs to be retouched paint-wise here to match the city zoning code. And just for reference here, the Planning Commission tabled this due to the absence here of our applicants who are here today during the May 15th meeting. This is a visual here, and as you can see here, we are just requesting trees being planted. These areas here, and the expansion of that commercial kitchen. And we happen to have the motions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. We had a little discussion last time we were here for our meeting on the 15th of May, but our applicant was not here. Is our applicant here tonight? Great. Would you please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record and let us know if you have anything more that you wanted to add to the presentation?
Hello, my name is Nahid Kanona. To begin with, I would like to apologize about us missing the meeting appointment a couple of weeks ago. We had a business emergency, and we totally forgot about it. Even you guys remind us a couple of days ago, and we said we're going to be there. And we realized that the next day we missed an appointment, and then so.
Well, we hope your emergency was resolved and all is well.
Yeah, everything was okay. And I hope you guys will accept our apologies too.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add to the presentation?
Actually, no.
If you want to state your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Larry Morogi. I'm an engineer. I designed this site plan. And I apologize, last time did not come because my mother-in-law has passed away and I have to be with my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry
to
about
support
that.
her, yeah. Sorry
Thank you. Thank you for letting us, thank you for being here tonight that you could make it. All right, I'm going to pivot to Vernita. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. I just remember it as Sue's, and so I still call it Sue's. I'll
That's
always
right.
remember. I think everybody I know,
call it Sue's.
so I'll call it Sue's.
Even at my Facebook page, I have it as Sue's store.
Sue's, yeah, that's what people, yeah. So good luck with Sue's.
Sue's, she is my uncle's wife's sister, actually.
So it's still in the family.
She's in California. She got a very nice reputation. I still call her. I was like, what did you do to the community? Everyone likes you. I want to be like you. And I'm trying. I'm doing my best.
Good
so
luck.
I made my Facebook Nate Sue's.
Good.
So maybe in the future we can switch it to Nate.
Maybe keep that Sue's. Thank you.
Michael, anything?
Good evening. First, I just want to disclose to the commission and the community I have no financial interest in the proposed site, but I did formerly own the vacant parcel to the south. Most recently, I only for a few years, but that was probably about 5 years ago. So there are technically 2 parcels, that large vacant land. So I no longer do, and it wouldn't sort of impact me as an adjacent neighbor in that regard. I did formerly live in the yellow house on Mechanic Street. You start to see the corner there. And then I currently live at 26 Union Street, so it's the house next to the fire station south. So I just want to disclose that while I don't have a direct financial, it's no direct conflict or indirect conflict, I am familiar with the site, and did formerly own land that was closer to the setback and the property line in question. So I just wanted to disclose that. So the conditions that were offered, or at least recommended from staff for if the commission took on approval and those conditions, has the applicant expressed any concerns with any of those items spelled out to you?
I may defer to Mr. Curry on that to see, have they addressed anything to staff on those conditions?
We have not addressed this information here with the applicant yet. However, we will after.
And they have received the staff report actually back in May when this came before May 15th, but we haven't heard anything from them yet. Okay. And I stated this last month, but I just wanted to say the trees that were removed, I don't know why they were removed, but I could tell it was in the way of the power lines. But they are high enough that the applicant should be able to plant some trees that have a growth of about 20, 25 feet, still provide plenty of coverage and aesthetics without interfering with those power lines going forward. So.
Yeah. But I did want to give the applicant an opportunity. Do you have any initial concerns or difficulty with those items that are spelled out here in terms of the replacing of the trees closest to Huron, the repainting of and by you mean the sign, you mean like the sign. Okay, so your sign looks like the red paint is starting to fade. Yeah. So they're saying that would need to be repaired and repainted. That the sidewalk and the drive up on Union, the Union side, you can't see it from this angle, but basically at the Union side, the sidewalk is starting to deteriorate. So they're calling out that as part of a condition for this approval, you would need to build in those repairs as well. So staff will go over that. I just want to let you have an opportunity for any of those that they've called out so far. Do you have any strong concerns or other information that the commission should know about?
How many trees do I need there? Is that like a code? Yeah.
One tree for every 30 feet of frontage.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
One tree for every 30 feet of frontage.
So based on that drawing, it looks like there's 4 trees that would need to be planted along Huron.
I did not do the review, but I believe that is correct.
Okay.
And do you want to share why they were removed?
Okay, my three of them was leaning.
Okay.
And the other one started bringing like green color in the middle. So one of the Mexican landscape, he told me, "Do you want me to like give them like some what is it called?
Like fertilizer or something?
Fertilizer, or just to fix it, but you're gonna take a chance, or do you want us to remove it and replant a new ones?" So I told him just might as well, because they were leaning,
okay,
especially from Mechanic Street, the 3 on Mechanic Street, they were leaning.
To the property?
To the property and to the wires too, you know.
To the building.
To the building, yeah.
Thank you for that perspective.
No
I do want to acknowledge that in the last 10 plus years, you've obviously invested further in the property. You've made facade improvements, and this is a further expansion. Can you share for the community and this commission, what's your vision for the commercial kitchen? How will that be used in your business?
Well, this is, to be honest, just because the store is very small, since they have the new apartment complex next to us and one closer to the downtown, people start telling us to put some food. That's what you guys missing. Please, we need some food, hot food. There is no closer restaurant to us, you know. So it's kind of, we worked on it, me and my partner, and we decided to build a kitchen, and hopefully you guys would accept that, you know.
Well, thank you for that perspective, and to your point with those new, the Winston Commons, the new apartments along Mechanic, Huron, and Douglas, it's led to a transformational change for the better for the neighborhood.
Of course.
And so 20 years ago compared to today, big difference, but even 10 years ago compared to today, a very big difference. So I'm glad we no longer just have vacant land or abandoned buildings, that it's And they are so far being very well maintained. So I'm grateful that you're looking to maintain and improve
Always.
your legacy business in the community that is close enough
Yeah.
to major thoroughfares in the downtown that it does serve more than just those that live right there.
See,
it can serve more residents.
Every year, we do something to the store to make it cleaner, to make it look good, changing stuff, you know. So this year, we wanted to add a kitchen.
We have our monthly meeting this coming Monday night for the east side, and I know residents from that apartment complex do attend those meetings each month. Do you want me to give them a preview of if this should be approved? What type of food fare you're interested in offering if you set prospective menu?
So we are having crispy crunchy, and after we learn how to make food exactly like, you know, on the menu, we wanted to bring bushemis too. So we're gonna
let the neighbors
concentrate on the crispy crunchy first, and then after that, hopefully, we're gonna bring a bushemis.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll share that with the neighbors. And my final question is for staff. So the Zoning Board of Appeals first had to say, yes, we'll allow that variance for the setback. Were there any other qualifiers or layers to that with the Zoning Board of Appeals decision, or was it pretty focused just on that question?
It was just focused on that question, so it really allows them to build the building up to 3 feet from the rear property line.
Okay. And that obviously doesn't pose any problems to the existing use, which is vacant land, and that parcel is large enough that even if there was redevelopment of that parcel, it wouldn't be a crazy situation where it's boxing that one out. I don't think that's applicable. Thank you very much for your application and your information tonight.
And if I could add, that's zone multifamily residential R3, so it's not like a single-family residential home. So it's a little bit more intense than a single-family residence.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Tim, anything? No comments right now. No. Christopher?
Just a question. The fence line, is that also the current property line, or normally fence lines are put in with an offset? And I was trying to pick up where the fence is relative to the property line.
We do not have a setback for fences, but there is a stipulation in the zoning code, the fences on a property line should have the approval of the neighboring property. Unfortunately, we have not been provided, I don't think, Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we have a survey to know exactly where, like a license survey to where that fence is. Are you aware if the site plan was stamped and where that fence is and location of the property line?
I have some answer for that. I did the survey for this property, and it was before, if we go to the previous page, the site plan, there, yeah. Can I use this? If you see this is the old fence.
Mm-hmm.
This is the property line, the old property line. Then they replat this subdivision. They made, so this is the setback based on this line. Now, before the property line was here, so this property was out of setback, was here. So this is the old property line. Now it is like this. I don't know how, sometimes in 80s or 70s this happened. Then this fence is not on property line, but this all property line.
Oh, okay. And now the buffer, where is that going to go? Is that going to go on the current fence line or the?
We are going to put like 6 feet concrete wall here.
Okay.
This will replace the exempt 5 feet buffer.
Okay. This is prompted by a question that Ms. Sinclair asked, and I'll probably let her go ahead and finish it up. It was just about how much room is there really. But I'll let Ms. Sinclair. She has a.
So I'm clear, and so everyone else is clear on this. The existing building had as it's built right now, should have a 20-foot setback. It doesn't. It has just over 15 feet on one side, and because the property line angles a little bit, it's got 15.3, can't really read this, on the other side. So it should have had a 20-foot setback. Setbacks are there for a reason. Setbacks are there for emergency access, for fire, police, whatnot. So basically, the ZBA approved a zoning variance on a building that wasn't conforming to begin with. I'm not object to your intent of adding the food service to your location, but I believe that it impacts the value of the adjacent property, whether or not there's a building there or not. It definitely reflects on their value. So you want to build a 12-foot addition and you've got 3 feet.
Yes.
And then you're going to put an 8-foot or a 8-inch wide masonry wall, I would presume, maybe 6-inch.
6 inches.
So you've got 30 inches in there. That's not a whole lot of room. And you've removed, when you add this addition in the back, you've removed 2 exits. You only have an exit in the front, and you've got an exit off the side through a back room. I don't believe that that meets code. Not saying that it doesn't, but for me, I view that as a safety issue. You've got a 10-foot setback on the east side of the property, and it's not dimensioned on your site plan, but I think you could just rotate that kitchen 90 degrees and have it right behind your cashier area, and it would still work.
Yep.
A wall with a building right on the other side of it where there's only 30 inches, that's a big issue for me.
The reason we did not put the addition on the east side of the building, because that wall, the east wall, is a cashier wall, and all the liquor is full with all storage of the liquor is there. And if we keep this and must have an access through the cashier to the kitchen, this will be very hard to go into that, especially it is a bulletproof wall there is. So there will be an opening there, or we will lose a big deal of this this area of the cashier area. Now we have 4 cashiers, I believe. It's not enough. We have 4 people working. We cannot squeeze it more than that.
So you're
Plus
saying,
we have the lottery.
so you're saying that if you put this on the end of the building, it looks like you've got a pretty big opening there. I can't read the dimension on this 8.5 by 11. You're saying that if you put it on the other side of the cashier, you wouldn't have a sufficient opening size to work with your liquor.
Yes.
I just have a problem taking a building that is non-conforming to begin with and adding an addition because you want to do something. And it's even further increasing a building that is not to code. And those are my comments.
I pivot to staff. Do you have any input? Any thoughts? What do you guys think?
I mean, to address the concerns raised by Commissioner Sinclair,
Yeah.
I cannot speak directly to building code in terms of exits. That'll all be reviewed if approved at a later time. However, these plans were, as always, reviewed by the city engineer and the fire department in terms of whether or not it'll cause issues, especially for the fire department in terms of access and care, and they've approved the plans.
I think the fire department required the fire truck to be close to the building, and I bring the fire truck here. See, this one from here up to here.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they require.
Corey, when the fire department looked at these plans, were they aware that there's going to be a masonry wall 30 inches off the addition on the back?
Yes. So prior to even routing out site plans, for every applicant, we all sit down, representatives from every department, go over the plans, discuss it with the applicant. All of this was disclosed and discussed with the fire department.
So your staff review here that's in our package now was reviewed with the fire department as well?
Correct.
Okay, I respectfully disagree. I just don't think that it's safe.
Thank you, Sue. If the applicant's comfortable with the recommendations, you read the 4 items that staff came up with for what would need to be done in order to get your approval? Yes. That's all agreeable to you? Yes. Okay. All right, then.
And I also.
Yes, go ahead.
Just in case if I'm not understanding some of that, I will go to the, I come to the city and talk to Justin.
Okay.
And ask him a question about it, and we will do it.
Okay. All right, unless someone else has any questions, I'll take a motion.
I move to approve the requested site plan for a commercial kitchen expansion at 140 East Huron based on the findings and of fact identified in the staff report and with condition outlined in the staff report.
Support.
Thank you.
Commissioner McGinnis.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair.
No.
Commissioner Shepard.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Duval.
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlov.
Yes to approve.
Motion passes.
And again, I was a
Congratulations.
yes to approve. I had my microphone on.
I heard you. Yep.
All right, now we are into application SPR 24-015. It's an informational session. Cristobal Lowe is looking to do automotive services at 684 Auburn Avenue.
Okay. So Chair, we have 2 info sessions tonight again. This is introduction where really, while there's still a staff presentation, this should be really a dialogue between the applicant and Planning Commission. They have received feedback from planning and engineering and the other review agencies, but anything you can provide to the applicant tonight would be really helpful. And with the first one here, we will describe as part of this, there are some additional things that the city's going to need, and some of those site design things I think are important to discuss this evening. So.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
I'll do it.
Maybe it's time for a new battery.
Hit the slideshow button. There you go. All right, so tonight's first informational session is for 684 Auburn Avenue. The applicant is requesting, it's going to be a special exception when it comes back next month, automotive services. In this case, they are requesting specifically for a car wash and nothing more. So again, informational sessions are an opportunity for the Planning Commission to become acquainted with the proposal. It's an opportunity for the Planning Commission to provide feedback to the applicant, and it's also an opportunity for the applicant to ask questions of the Planning Commission. After today's meeting, the applicant will have until June 14th to resubmit plans in compliance with the comments that were received from all the departments, in addition to the feedback issued by the Planning Commission tonight. We're asking that they submit by June 14th to make it on the July 10th agenda. So as an overview, the applicant is proposing to reuse the existing structure on site and reopen a new car wash. The existing building is 1,672 square feet, and the applicant is proposing to add parking spaces with vacuums and stacking lanes. The plans as presented by the applicant indicate the site will extend across 2 parcels. The southern parcel is currently owned by the city of Pontiac. The applicant has indicated they do not want to purchase this parcel for the price the city is asking, so the applicant will need to either reconfigure the site plan to only utilize their parcel or purchase the city-owned parcel. The applicant will need to receive a special exception permit from the Planning Commission, which will be scheduled for the same meeting as their site plan. So here we have a street view of the property looking south from Auburn Avenue. This was taken in May of 2019. You can see the remains of the previous car wash. You can see the condition of the parking area, which has deteriorated in the last 5 years. And same for the sidewalk. I selected this photo because it gives you an idea of the rear parcel I mentioned. The parcel line is roughly right here, and it extends well past the primary parcel all the way to the next street. We think it used to be an alley. It's not currently utilized as an alley, it's just a city-owned parcel. But it is what was utilized previously as the access to the site. Here's a top-down view. Again, this gives you an idea of that parcel I was referencing, how it extends all the way across. This is the primary parcel on site. Here's the existing building. They're not proposing to change the footprint or relocate. Yep. Here's where it sits within our zoning map. The property is zone C3. It is sandwiched between C1, kitty corner from other C3. The Auburn corridor, it's pretty standard to see lots of C1 and C3. However, it does sit within this kind of sea of residential. Here's the site plan as proposed by the applicant. Cars will come in from here, go through the car wash, exit out here. Cars accessing off of Auburn would come down here to utilize the vacuums or to turn around. The applicant's proposing vacuum spaces for vehicles on the side here and here, as well as street trees. And here's the proposed buffer. However, the Planning Commission should keep in mind if that parcel is not included as part of this request, all of this will have to be shifted up to provide the adequate buffer right here. The proposed facade, since it's an existing building, much of it is grandfathered. The percent transparency of the facade was unclear. I think it might be 0, but it is grandfathered. The proposed materials are also grandfathered, but we would like the applicant to please verify that all mechanical equipment will be shielded from view. So in terms of zoning compliance concerns that staff raised upon the initial review, there's a few. Number 1, we ask that the plans be revised to delineate the proposed setbacks. Please indicate on the elevation sheet what the height of the building will be. The height, the way we measure it, is taken by the average of the peak of the roof and the lowest point of the roof. Please revise the site plans to indicate the 25-foot by 25-foot clear vision triangle and remove any obstructions within that triangle. A type B buffer is required along the south property line. This buffer can either be a masonry wall or a 20-foot wide landscape buffer with 2 deciduous trees, 8 evergreen trees, and 12 shrubs for every 100 feet of frontage. Furthermore, the plan should be revised to clearly indicate where parking spaces will be located and what their dimensions will be. There were parking spaces on the site plan, but all of them appeared to be for vacuuming. This is how we've treated all car washes historically. The vacuum spaces don't count towards your parking total. Furthermore, the site plan should be revised to include the area of the existing building. That can help us determine how many parking spaces are required. Please revise the plans to indicate the width of all maneuvering lanes. Please revise the plans to indicate at least 1 barrier-free and van-accessible space. More details on the species, caliper, height, and maintenance of proposed trees must be provided. If a wall is proposed for the south property line, please provide details on the wall. Please provide details on light fixtures, and please provide a photometric plan as part of your final site plan submission. Lastly, please provide details on stormwater pretreatment and details on any hazardous substances on site. That's a standard kind of condition we apply to all automotive services. These are the standards for approval. We have not done an analysis at this time. These are just for your reference. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider and review this application and provide feedback. The applicant will have until June
18th, actually, in the staff report.
Okay, June 18th, in order to make it on the July 10th Planning Commission agenda.
And thank you, Corey, for that presentation. I just want to kind of reiterate a couple things here. Number one, these are self-serve car wash. This is not automated bays. But the second part is really, and thank you for bringing up that slide, this is a city-owned property that goes from Russell all the way to the other street. It is not an alley. And so we have been talking with the applicant going back and forth, and he's working with Economic Development Manager Deborah Younger to help proceed with that. Any sale of public property really gets negotiated with staff, but is ultimately approved by City Council. There's also an easement, and the city is very interested in selling it because there's no public use for it. There are utilities. DTE has some utility lines there, and that's an important note in site design because the applicant through this process has to create some screening and buffer to the property to the south. And those trees you see there might be able to be there as arborvitae, but cannot be there as canopy trees because it's going to get in the way above ground and below ground to both consumers and DTE. So this is, right now, there's some moving parts as to how this entrance can be. Legally, without one of those two things that I mentioned, we can't utilize this public land for a private purpose without having some sort of agreement. And I don't know that we need to delve into that much tonight, but I think, you know, feedback from Planning Commission or questions just regarding how that affects the site plan is extremely, you know, I think that's how that should be focused. So if there's any questions on that, I'll be happy to entertain. Thank you for the report, Corey. So.
Thank you very much for all of that information. Why don't we have our applicant approach the podium? State your name and address for the record, please. The little person, yes.
Yep. Hello. Cristobal Lowe, 684 Auburn in Pontiac on, well, that side of town. So, got a little pre-prepared thing here. Hello, my name's Cristobal Lowe. One, I want to thank Planning and Zoning. Thank you guys for your help with putting this together and navigating me through the process. I appreciate that. So, I'm the owner of 684 Auburn. I'm currently the owner of a vacant building. I'd like to become a small business owner, and by being able to open this car wash, I can fulfill that dream. This building has been vacant for many years. It used to be a building that people were proud to patron. And honestly, I'm the only person in several years who's been kind of ready and willing to redevelop it. You know, I've tried my best to make every effort with the city's request and try to conform with all of these zoning requirements. You know, I'm just a private citizen with a shoestring budget, trying to open a small business. And, you know, I want to be a part of the community. I want to be a business owner. I want to make the investment in the community. I am faced with budgetary challenges, obviously, with any project. There are budgets and costs. You know, and I ask that you please take that into consideration. But, you know, I am excited to work on the project. So thank you.
Thank you for that background. I'm going to just jump to a quick question. How long have you owned the property?
Since December of last year.
Okay.
So about 6 months.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Vernita, questions?
Questions, comments. So I grew up in this neighborhood. My mother still lives right down the street. I'm not a fan of this car wash because it's been a drug haven for all of my life and all of her life. And because it is right next door to Spring Lake, and if you change that area, maybe it has a chance. But it's set there for homeless people, for drug activity, for loitering, for any basic need that's available. And so I would love it if it were manned But if you're not going to be there, then it's going to turn into exactly what it was, and I'm not a fan.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Vernita. Michael?
I'm hopeful that this could be of an asset to the Auburn corridor. The goal of the community is for Auburn to be thriving and occupied businesses, and it's hopeful, but obviously there's a lot more steps to go, but that there would be even more residential development that happens in the vicinity. There's an apartment complex that's been proposed maybe a quarter of a mile to the west of this, on the same side of Auburn, south side of the street, but maybe half mile or quarter mile to the west. So the vision is that long-term, also Auburn Avenue is slated to be fully repaved within the next few years. So I'm very hopeful that this long vacant and eyesore location can be an asset and improvement to the surrounding neighborhood. So in terms of this informational session, what I'll be looking for is what is the impact on the surrounding residents? What does that buffer and barrier look like? How can we ensure that it does not put an undue burden or harm on those that live in close proximity? Obviously, many of us have utilized car washes or observed car washes, so we have some familiarity, but we want to make sure that in terms of times of day, what's the headlight impact? In terms of, to Commissioner Duvall's question, what's the security, monitoring, staffing implications? It is not necessarily going to run into the immediate challenges just simply because it's automotive services. It's about to what density, to what intensity, to what harm or impact to the harmony of the neighborhood. Those will be the things that I'll be looking for when you have your site plan submitted.
Thank you, Michael. Tim?
Hi. So what are you planning on doing to the look of the building? Like, do you have renderings yet, or are you going to put those together for the next meeting?
Yeah, put those together for the next meeting.
What's your vision?
Just kind of general idea, paint the building. I don't really like the color from the blue. There's some siding work, there's some like soffits that have to be redone, but nothing major, really. No major redevelopment.
Brick or anything like that? I don't know exactly.
I think the building's mostly brick, currently.
Okay.
So it would remain brick. Thought about painting a mural. I'm still pursuing funding for that. On that would be the west wall. That would be kind of cool. That's funding dependent, but that'd be.
And then the parking lot are you redoing the parking lot?
To some degree, yeah. Yep, so front of the parking lot for sure, off of Auburn, the frontage. Back of the parking lot, I'd like to do kind of patch and replace as possible. It again, depends on budget. If I could redo the whole thing, I would, but yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah, I guess it all comes, most of it comes down to get that piece of that property on the south side. So otherwise, it's not worth bringing back probably, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
It definitely, yeah. If I can't get that 20-foot section on the south side, then it definitely compresses the
changes
the area.
So,
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Christopher.
Yes, I'm familiar with that operation. I remember washing out my prize '64 Chevy Super Sport with the 4-speed and the Pontiac in there in the winter and washing the salt off of it. Is this going to be a coin one of these wand type of things?
Yes, it would still be a coin-operated car wash.
Okay, and is it going to be coins or credit cards?
Credit cards. Now they have machines that accept everything. It's like an all-in-one. So that would be the idea.
Yeah. Now I do remember. I had this car when I was going to college, so I do remember coming out or rolling out of classes late at night, the salt on my prize car, and I'm driving, and I would pull into this car wash sometimes like 1 o'clock in the morning when I got through with my labs and wash this thing down. Now, I'm just thinking, are there going to be hours of operation, and Have you talked with the neighbors next door to this thing?
I have talked to the neighbors next door. Honestly, I've kind of poked around with both the business neighbors and residential neighbors to just talk to them about, hey, you know, I'm Chris, and nice to meet you guys. I'm trying to put together this car wash kind of thing. So yeah, there are, you know, some, I guess, concerns about maybe lighting or landscape buffer, that kind of thing. But yeah, I've tried to be, you know, member of the community.
Will there be doors on the, I think the old one, it was just open, there weren't any doors, but will there be doors?
Yeah, open bays.
Open bays?
Yep.
So nothing will lock at a certain time?
Correct.
So it'll just be open? Okay.
Yeah. With some of the modern equipment, you know, on the internet, Wi-Fi connection, that kind of thing, you could shut it off at certain times. You know, there's that option, or metered. You could do electrical shut off, that kind of thing.
Okay.
There are ways to do it in an automated fashion.
And the vacuum vacuum cleaners, any thought on how noisy they'll be?
Yes. So they do make quiet vacuums, quote unquote. I think one of our discussions here is, you know, can I get a decibel meter and read the, I guess, how loud the vacuum is, and from a certain foot, and say, okay, well.
Yeah, I was almost thinking the manufacturer of these machines might, because I don't think, are there machines? I don't think there's machines there right now, are there?
There are.
Right
They're
there.
old, you know, they
Yeah.
probably need some refurbishment for sure, but I don't think they're functional.
Yeah, because you know, you will be backing up to a residential property.
Correct.
And there is a decibel limit. Part of our ordinance, I think it's what, chapter 4, no, excuse me, article 4, I think it is chapter 704.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
reviewed the ordinance.
Yeah. And this is, if this is a special exception, which,
Yes.
Okay, then the onus is really on the applicant to say, hey, I meet all of these specs in terms of odor, nuisance, and noise as part of the applicant. I would expect to see that as part of the formal application. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've used it, and yeah, that was my prize. I used to use it regularly. Kept a roll of quarters with me so I could wash off my car.
Nice.
So, and I see the traffic picking up on Auburn again. But to Ms. Duvall's point, there are some considerations. You know, things aren't in use at night. Weird things happen.
Yeah. I have heard, though, from the community, that every time I'm there and when I'm working on things, or, you know, doing plumbing inspections or whatever, I have had many people stop by and say, oh, hey, I live in the neighborhood. I live a few doors down. I'm excited for this car wash to come back. So, you know, I'm hoping that it would, you know, it's a viable business. So,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sue.
Curious, Bay 3 is a wipe-down bay?
Yes. So currently, the equipment basically doesn't go out to Bay 3, so the farthest west. So Bay 1 and 2 are indoors. Bay 3 is an outdoor bay. So I think eventually, once finances allow, once the business is viable, then put the investment into that Bay 3 to make it a spray-down bay. But for the time being, it would be more or less a drying bay.
Just seems like it would be a circulation issue once you've washed your car and you make that tight turn with other cars coming in.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it a wipe-down bay, a detail bay, if somebody wanted to come in and wax their car, or spray wax, that kind of thing.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. When I drove by the site this morning, there are notes on the vacuums that I've never seen before, and I'm sure Vernita is familiar with what those little notes say about, shh, don't play your music loudly here. It's just, you've had it since December. It's been cold. we're getting into warm weather. It doesn't really look very nice. So in the meantime, the conversations that we've already had this evening and we've had on other meetings, are, even though you own the property and you haven't been able to get your plans approved, there's a bit of pride that should be going along with ownership. So can you talk to that?
Yeah, no,
with
of
us,
course.
please?
Yeah, and we have done. I actually have somebody that I pay weekly to cut the grass and clean up the trash. So I've actually gone through one session of complete trash cleanup, and there was a lot of debris. I'm between two liquor stores. There's a lot of foot traffic, and with foot traffic comes tossing garbage and things on the lot. So I've done a round of cleanup of that. I have the grass cut weekly. We've done some tree trimming. Actually, in that city-owned property, there was several, there were pallets, mattresses. I mean, it's not my land, but we did clean up the mattress and the pallets and that kind of thing, threw them out. I haven't done any work to the building itself, just because I'm waiting for this whole approval process. Same thing with the parking lot. I don't think I can actually start the work and pay contractors to do work without site plan approval. So that's.
Okay.
And if I could add to that,
Yeah.
in the January, February, some timeframe, we had 2 meetings on site pre-application. One was at the building department. The second one had a few people, and it was cleaner the first time. And then we came back a week later, and it was like they had a big party there. Just the people, and to what Vernita was saying, But I can express that he's. Described to staff that he is regularly trying to clean it, but it is a maintenance issue just because of some of the people that are trespassing on the property and utilizing the property.
Microphone, please.
Microphone.
I'm sorry. I just
No,
totally
please, go
interrupted.
ahead.
I really want you to do well. I know the history. But if you do pursue this, then maybe a bike fix-it or something, because more people have bikes over there than cars. So you might want to add something like that to the.
Okay, you're saying as far as business model goes.
That's up to you.
Sure.
That's an idea.
Just saying, a lot of people have bikes.
Right. Okay.
So let's pivot back to what you said. You're between 2 liquor stores, and this is going to be a building that's vacant all the time. You might be able to do some remote control of turning on utilities, it sounds like, or shutting them off.
Correct. Yep.
It seems like it might behoove you to find a way to restrict access to it during certain hours of the day. If you close the access points at night, and I pivot to Vernita because she's familiar with the area, do you think that may help in this neighborhood as a commissioner?
If it's working, there's going to be activity.
If there's
If it's
gated?
any type of work, if there's anything happening in there, there's going to be some activity.
Okay,
Yeah.
so even if there was some sort of, if it's closed between the hours of 11 PM and 7 AM or something like that, you still think that there's going to be potentially similar to activity that have been there in the past?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, but
Right, no.
It's been consistent.
Right.
And the only reason it's used as a dumping ground now is because there's nothing happening in there. So
Yeah.
there's no reason for people to congregate and
Right.
have do what they do, but
Right.
it's still a dumping ground.
Okay. And I'm very sensitive to you wanting to be a business owner in Pontiac. I applaud you for that. Thank you for
Yeah.
looking at this property. At the same time, we have to be mindful of what you're trying to accomplish and try and provide maybe guidance along with the planning department. But to have it end up being what it's been is not going to help anybody. So, I don't know if I'm bringing anything new here.
Define, and I appreciate that comment and your comments as well. Can we define historical what it's been? Because I guess I've only owned the property for 6 months, so I haven't seen past tense, right? And it's also been boarded up, right? So I also haven't seen it being open, free to the public, per se. So I guess I don't know the history, right? And I guess if I could get a little more definition on what you've seen, then
Again,
maybe it helps.
totally, it's used, if it's open, if it's available, if there are cars running through there, then it's gonna be drugs. There's gonna be drugs, period. And because of the vicinity to the apartment complex, I mean, you can ask people at the dollar store, you can ask people at Lions, you can ask people at the People's Store, you can ask people,
Yeah, and I have-
at Murphy Park, you can ask people in that whole area, even the beauty supply, you can ask anybody over there what typically happens what's happened historically. And of course, we all want it to change, and I will support anything that you do to encourage change. But unfortunately, that's the nature of that atmosphere.
Sure, historically, yeah. So, and I guess I have talked to People's, I've talked to Lions, I've talked to the Chinese food place, the,
Yeah.
beauty place, the neighbors also.
Yeah, they want to see something there.
Yeah, I think
because
everybody does.
yeah.
I just think, that's the first I've
Because
heard of.
they're struggling, I mean, they survive with it, so they're used to it, but because it's that open space and just, yeah, and it's not manned, that's the problem. The restaurant, there's somebody there, the liquor store, there's somebody there, there's somebody there. If there's nobody there, there's no security, it's an open fest.
Do you think historically there was camera surveillance by the property?
I don't think it mattered. Yeah, no, I don't think there was camera surveillance either, but I don't know that how much of a difference it made.
I could just say, at least lately, when the city council gets updates when there are major security issues, they will consult or contact those private property owners that have cameras that are oriented towards. So for example, there was an incident on Huron by Commissioner Sinclair's home. They were able to utilize the store adjacent to it that had camera footage, so they were able to ultimately apprehend the suspect because of that private
Right,
property
right.
camera usage. So
Right.
that even if there could be some ways in which it would eventually cause or hopefully right from the jump provide that greater hesitation from illegal or illicit activity
It's a deterrent.
Yeah.
It's a deterrent, and
if it
I-
leads to apprehension and enforcement pretty quickly.
Yeah, I encourage it. I want to see it do well, but there's some things you're going to have to do. And probably being there for the first 6 months to show people that you care is going to be one of them. I want you to be successful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have one last comment for potential business owner? Oh, good. Thank you for your package this evening.
Sure, thank you.
And I hope that you can resolve what's going on the potentially vacated alley. What do you want to say?
Keep the faith.
Yes.
I am
we'll come and get our
optimistic.
car wash.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good luck. Hopefully you'll see you in a month.
Next month, yep. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then we have our very, very patient last applicant for this evening, SPR 24016. It's for the address of 48980 Woodward Avenue, the medical clinic, the Oakland Integrated Healthcare Network, doing business as Honor Community Health.
Just like the last one, this is an existing building that's looking to be repurposed. It requires a site plan and special exception. We did not have all the application material in time, and even the site plan that was submitted needed some additional material. So tonight is an informational session. It's an opportunity for Planning Commission to learn about it, ask questions, and we're very happy the applicants we've been working with our staff is here, patient, and they're very much looking forward to moving the bar forward at the July meeting with the public hearings. So, okay.
Oh, good. Looks like we get presents.
All right. So today's last request is an informational item, Honor Health. Location is 48980 Woodward Avenue, right at the north of the loop. The property is Zone C3, and it's roughly 1.5 acres. So you're aware of what the informational session is for. It's for you to be introduced to the project, provide feedback, and for the applicant to become acquainted with the board. So the applicant is proposing to repurpose an existing school building on site to establish a medical clinic. The proposed building is 34,019 square feet and will include 223 parking spaces. The applicant will need to combine parcels, and approval of this combination should be a condition of approval. and the applicant will need to receive a special exception permit from the Planning Commission, which is slated for July 10th. So just as in the last request, we'll need you to turn in your application materials by, I believe, June 18th.
14?
I don't know. Mark changed it, so I will check the report in a second.
Okay.
So this is street view looking northeast from Woodward Avenue. This was taken in October of 2023, showing you existing conditions. You can see the facade of the structure. Boom. All right, you can see the facade of the structure. It does still retain the look of a schoolhouse. It has the loading lane for the buses, and then no direct access off Woodward Avenue. It's off to the side. Similar view. And then this is a top-down view of the property. You can see highlighted, it's a rather large and irregularly shaped parcel, sitting there right at the curve of the loop. Access is off to the sides. This is to give you an idea of where it sits within our zoning map. This entire block is C3. There's significant setback between the R2, which is two-family residential to the rear, R3, multifamily residential to the northeast, and then the downtown right here. These are the site plans as proposed by the applicant. They're proposing to keep the building, the existing footprint. Here's the parking area. The dumpster is proposed to be located over here with direct access for the dump truck. And then just street trees along the front. So in terms of the proposed facade, the percent transparency of the facade is not identified on the plans. The proposed materials appear compliant, brick and composite siding with the ordinance, but calculations on the percent coverage are still needed. And we would like a guarantee that all mechanical equipment will be shielded from view. In terms of zoning compliance concerns, the nonconformities identified in the staff report should not be altered, extended, or enlarged. So, sorry, these are actually conditions. Nope, sorry, these are zoning compliance concerns. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Number 2, the required masonry dumpster enclosure and loading area shall be located at the rear or side of the building. A lighting plan shall be provided showing height, light intensity, and screening method. All pedestrian circulation, ADA ramps, and ADA access routes shall be shown on the site plan. Bicycle parking shall be shown on the site plan with 11 spaces. Interior landscaping shall be developed within all parking lot locations on site. The requirement is 1 tree per 6 spaces. A hazardous materials mitigation plan shall be provided to the city. This is due to the fact that they are proposing it for a medical clinic. The site plans will be revised to include all the informational items identified in the staff report. The color of the parking lot striping shall be provided to meet the zoning code. We allow yellow or white. The applicant shall provide or comply with any conditions of the approval for the associated special exception permit, and vehicles may not block the gate along North Cass or Cesar E. Chavez Avenue. These are our standards for approval. So circulation, the site appears insufficient for traffic and pedestrian circulation. There are 4 access drives, 2 off North Cass Avenue and 2 off Cesar E. Chavez Avenue, and 3 separate parking lots. 1 parking lot is to the east of the building, 1 to the west, and 1 to the south. Based on these conditions, the proposed layout is sufficient for the proposed use. However, the site plan does not show the location of pedestrian circulation or ADA ramp circulation, so we'll need that information in order to assess this as sufficient. In terms of buildings, the existing building would not appear to present any adverse impacts on adjacent properties. The proposed use of the site as a medical clinic is like any other office building and should not have any negative impacts on adjacent properties. There are no existing natural features in need of preservation, and the plan should be revised to provide increased landscaping on all right-of-way frontages to comply with the landscape screening standards of the ordinance. And then there are the compliance concerns that I've already outlined previously. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission consider and review the application and provide feedback. The applicant has until June 18th, that's a Monday, in order to be on the July 10th agenda. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you very much. If you would approach the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Well, howdy, everybody. Long night tonight, so hopefully we don't take up too much more of your time. But Scott Stewart here, 62 Winona is my address, and grateful to be here in front of you all tonight. I am the Chief Strategy Officer for Honor Community Health. I'm joined by Deb Brinson, our CEO, and they can say their addresses when they get up here. But Deb Brinson, our CEO, Steve Cartier from Lee Contracting, Patty Fournier, who's our CFO, and then Sam McLean from Team Core. And so grateful to be able to have their help on this project. I just thought I'd provide a little bit of background just on Honor Community Health as a whole. We obviously give you packets just so you know who we are and what we do. We are a federally qualified health center, so we provide primary care, behavioral health, dental care to Oakland County, and we were founded in about 2012. And with a primary focus on serving Oakland County, but mostly the city of Pontiac. So that is our federally designated service area. That is an area of passion and priority for us, and something that we take very seriously. Similar to that, we also have a board of directors that is a majority of our patients, many of which come from Pontiac, and which I'll talk about. So that is something that we take pride. That's something that feedback and commitment to getting patient and consumer feedback is something that we take very seriously. We are the largest community health center and federally qualified health center in Oakland County. We have 21 locations across the county. 8 of those are integrated primary and behavioral health sites. We have a dental clinic that's also in Pontiac, as well as a mobile unit that goes around for dental. And then we have about 11 school-based health centers. So we actually have some in Pontiac High School and middle school that provide services for our youth as well. Currently, you'll see we provide about 30,000 services for about 30,000 patients annually. 70 which of those come from Pontiac. So again, noting the key pieces of our service area. Our core locations you'll see are our Family Medicine Center, which is currently located in Pontiac General Hospital, and then we own a building over on Baldwin, right across from Kennedy and Owen schools, and that's an old McLaren building, but we now own that as well, and we'll be planning some renovations down the line on that end. Why we're here today, I'm just incredibly excited again about this property. Over the last few years, we've recognized a critical need for expansion within our sites. We are bursting at the seams in almost every one of our locations. We've grown a lot. We have a lot more growth to do, and so we are excited to be able to do that, and we've been looking for a space that would be perfect. I think over the last 5 years we've been looking. And so we've been really grateful to find the property on Woodward now. And I think it's a perfect fit for us, and we want to inform you about those plans today and the needs for that special exemption permit and site plan review. And as a Pontiac resident, I am excited to lead this project as well. I think that's important, and we've identified that as important, so I'm excited to lead this project, and I take my community commitment very seriously, and so I think that, as you note, and I know it was talked about in today's meeting, is there's an importance there that I know that we will be doing diligent work on that end as we move through this process. And so that's my piece. I wanted to give it over to Deb Brinson, our CEO, just to give her piece real quick, and I'll get out your way.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I really want to say thank you so much for staying late and hearing about our project. Like Scott said, I'm Debbie Brinson. I'm the CEO with Honor Community Health Center. You heard from Scott say that we've been around for 10 years. I bet that half of you don't even know who Honor Community Health Center is. And yet we serve a large population of individuals here with health care. We're located within Pontiac General, we're located within CNS, we're located within Easter Seals, but we do not have our own location. And after the pandemic, we have discovered that we really need to be in a building that allows us the flexibility to grow, because we cannot keep up with demand on those services. But the real turning point came in addition to COVID, was last year we became the first community health center in the state of Michigan to be granted a federal ongoing grant to do residency training. So we now have, starting July 1, we have 12 residents who have relocated to the Pontiac area. Wow. We're going through our family medicine residency training. We'll have another 6 coming on board a year from July for a total of 18. We're thrilled with that. We have a great opportunity here in terms of keeping those residents within our Oakland County system so that we have family medicine. But we need space to be able to do that. We've been working with Steve Cartier and Lee Contracting for earnest for the last 3 years looking for space because we know that there are unique situations that go on with Pontiac General, that we really need to be in a space where we can grow and where we can have adequate space. Our challenge has been what you need to know is we have to stay in Pontiac. It's a medically underserved area. That is where we get our designation, which is really unique for Pontiac. It's a covenant status. But we've been really challenged with trying to find medical space or space that can be converted to medical for 30,000 square feet or more that allow us to be able to see additional patients in there, that has good access for community events and activities that we do, that allows us to be able to see patients as needed. And so when we've found this property here at the school and walked it through, we said this is perfect opportunity. We wanted to make sure that we had space that was large enough for us to be able to grow, that we could accommodate the 18 doctors we fully expect. We've had a great training opportunity. We've taken over McLaren's practice in terms of being able to work with their residents, that we think will be able to grow our commitment to training residents further over the next several years. The board has directed us to go in two directions. One is to create a really state-of-the-art training center that is training family docs, which is what we want to look with the Woodward property, as well as bringing on specialists, as well as expanding our prenatal care program there, but also then expanding out eventually with primary care services at our Baldwin site as well. Over the next year, we will be working with a master planner to look at combining those two sites, to be very thoughtful and intentional about what services will be located in those two locations. You've heard me say Woodward. When we walked in, I think we all said, oh my gosh, we have space that we can convert into classrooms. We have space that we can convert into exam rooms. We have a basketball court that allows us to bring in and really do healthy activities with the community. There's a kitchen in there so we can do teaching around good nutritional and healthy education. There's a playground. I was sold on the playground immediately as a community health center. So we're looking to really make this a vibrant part of the community. We will engage with the community on this. We have gone under contract. We will be actually purchasing the building and having ownership of that building at the end of June. But it is critical that we get your feedback so that we're well prepared to be able to move and present to you a solid plan on moving this from an educational facility to a medical, because that will determine how we move forward with our master plan for both of these locations. Last, what I want to say to you is that we are a long-term partner. We have been here for 10 years. We have seen 30,000 patients in, you name it, from primary care services to prenatal services to HIV services to behavioral health services, and we're not going away. We will be here for decades to come, and so we're very excited about working with the city and the departments, the commission, city council, the schools in making sure that we're delivering great services to this community. So we welcome any questions, feedback. We want to be well prepared for when we come in and meet with you next. So thank you.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Is there anyone else that wanted to say anything before we ask questions? Yeah, please. Your name and address, please.
My name is Sam McLean, and I reside at 2869 Judah Road in Orion Township. So I'm the real estate representative for Honor Community Health. Just want to go through the site plan real quick. A lot of the issues that we brought up, or that Paul and his team brought up, and Corey, we have addressed those in the package that you guys have. The site plan does go through a lot of those details. So those already have been updated. There's a couple outstanding items that we're still working through as far as lighting and adding a bike rack and that type of stuff, but those will all be addressed by the 18th, and you'll see that updated plan accordingly. Thank you very much, and just want to thank Honor and everyone here and everything they do for the community.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Well, Renita, please start.
I just want to say, you had me at we're looking to grow and we're moving. So we could have stopped you 20 minutes ago. Seriously, I'm very familiar with OIHN. I know Scott very well. Where were you today at our Main Street meeting? Anyway, preparing for this, I'm sure. But yeah, Deborah, I met you several times in the past. And yeah, you got my vote. Although we're not voting. Right. Just saying. But yeah.
Thank you, Renita. Michael, go ahead.
Good job.
Well, good evening. Thank you very much for your persistence and patience tonight, but more importantly, with your persistence and commitment to Pontiac. I think this is very strategic use of high visibility and high impact land in the city of Pontiac. Obviously, a great deal of change is coming to the Woodward corridor and the Woodward reconfiguration. And so maybe in your decades to come, you'll want to consider how you interface with road traffic, but that's for a future decision. We won't make that process be held up now. But I've always been a little disappointed that it just felt like a low impact use of a lot of prominent land. And I would have loved if the parking it was flipped, that the building was a little more prominent with the community to provide a little more connectivity to the downtown and more cohesive use of strategic use of the land. And I envision, I see the strategy and I see the vision, and I thank you for that strategy and vision. I see no strong qualms about the adaptive reuse of what had been educational to now be medical. I view it as very compatible with the existing land uses, with the future land uses. I think it would be of great value to the community and in that surrounding vicinity. I have a question for staff. It was referenced about the 10-foot setback from Cesar Chavez from the residential zoning. So technically seems like there's residential zoning, even though there's some existing non-conforming uses that aren't residential that are in that stretch. Does that mean even beyond a building, or are we talking about where that building corner is, where there used to be Satch's Place that burned and has now been torn down, thank God, and looks so much better? That burned out structure was such an eyesore. Is that what we're talking about, that sort of adjacent
Can I have the other one?
land, or are we looking at across the street on Cesar Chavez where it's that green zoning?
So it's any residential zone land, but specifically it's this parcel right here. Doing my best not to shake. The second one up, that green one. These are all residential plan development, but that one is actually, to staff's knowledge, is a multifamily development. We actually think they meet the standards there, but we just needed them to show some distances, some buffers that exist already. Okay. And and if I have that correct. Commissioner McGinnis, do you mind if I tangent on something related to landscaping?
Yeah, that's fine if the chair doesn't object.
Please, help yourself.
Okay. And I apologize for missing just talking to the previous applicant. I have spoken to Mr. Stewart. One of the things in here is this is an existing parking lot. There is no interior landscaping. Our current code requires one deciduous tree for every 40 spaces. Now, and I know one of their concerns is, although they're just presenting this, the building is such for this approval right now, they are, in a master plan process trying to, consider expanding the campus and adding more parking spaces. They're almost at the max of what they're permitted here, but I think they're going to be okay. I wanted to share that with Planning Commission because that doesn't necessarily mean you have to take out every 6 space or something like that. But there are some strategic places on here, like in this area, that they could, form the driveway a little bit more with curb, put some trees in there, and really protect the aesthetics, protect the environment of this area. But hopefully we can work together. But in that design, maybe there's some key areas that maybe you're not going to have trees and might give you flexibility in the future. So the nice thing is it doesn't have to be, spread out like polka dots or something like that. And hopefully we can work through that. I think that's all I have, but I just wanted to share that for the applicant and also for Planning Commission tonight. Yeah.
So in the updated site plan that you do have, it does show the extended trees. Oh, you don't have yet. I will give you a copy of this after. It does show extended trees throughout to meet that code.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Continuing on, I'm concerned about the impact of you being able to seal the deal for buying your building. So when you put in this request, what was it that you needed to satisfy your sort of internal decision-making, or to satisfy because that's part of the question here is you're seeking to close on the sale. You need to know that the city says yay or nay, we will make this exception or we won't make this exception. Because if the city won't make this exception, then why should you pursue a multi-million-dollar purchase? That's a hard spot to be in. Had you requested the special exception permit, and does the city's policies require it to be two birds, one stone? We'll only do a special exception permit if you've also got the site plan review at the same time. I'm just trying to understand it because it will probably come up in the future too, right? I mean, people understandably don't want to buy a big chunk of real estate investment if they might learn pretty immediately, oh, just kidding, the city of Pontiac says no way, ever. They'd want that question resolved before they pull that trigger.
Right.
And so my understanding, I just want to help understand that for their sake, but also in the future for other applicants' sake. How does that shake out? How does Pontiac apply it?
And I just want to confirm, do you want the applicant to, I think we're prepared to speak, but do you want the applicant to speak to that or staff to speak to that?
Well, I guess I need to know procedurally from staff.
All right,
What steps should an applicant take? And then I will finally ask the applicant, are they in safe harbor or unsafe choppy waters? Because this is obviously a big deal and a strategic deal, and I don't want us to have made that deal precarious.
So, per the code for.
Microphone.
Under special exception. Under the code for coordination with site plan review, the planning commission still has to consider a site plan as part of a special exception process. And, in staff's initial review, it was really determined that there was some additional information that was needed as part of that. Now, an applicant can go forward with just special exception. I know in my time here, we've had one or two cases, although normally we're having a special exception and site plan in the same evening. But per the code, really, the recommendation is to review them simultaneously, or you're reviewing a site plan, even if the site plan's not being acted on that night. That's really part of the submittal requirements for a special exception.
And then to the applicant, how is it shaking out in terms of the chicken and the egg and the permit and the plan and all that?
Well, I'm going to be very candid with you, and you'll probably find some humor in this, or not. After the department has been wonderful in working with us, and I am a CEO that I think has bared out that I don't do anything unless I have it in writing. So this is a major commitment to us as a nonprofit. The board was pretty clear with me that you need to get from the city that there is strong likelihood that they're going to move to a medical facility before we invest, because as you can imagine, as a nonprofit, we have limited resources. But I will say to you, on Friday, after discussion, we went ahead and we closed the due diligence process on Friday, and we'll be closing on this building at the end of June. I will be, and that's okay, at this point in my career, I will be, if I'm not back here in a year in front of you, it will mean I've lost my job because we didn't get the medical clearance on it. But I am cautiously optimistic that we will be able to submit a plan that will meet your needs, meet the needs of the city, but more importantly, meet the needs of the community and the patients that we serve. Shame on us if we can't work with you on that, because I got to find 30,000 square feet. I have to. If Pontiac General were to close tomorrow, and I cannot tell you how many times I've been in that spot, I got to find a medical home to serve 30,000 patients in Pontiac. And there are virtually, I've been to multiple buildings looking at them. This is our best option. So I made a very calculated recommendation. I think the board trusts my judgment. I trust the judgment. I've done county government. I understand. I feel optimistic that we can. But that's not generally how I operate. I generally get things in writing before we put things into risk. On the other hand, I have to weigh. So I say, Commissioner, like I would have liked to have had this last week so that I could not be up at 2 a.m. in the morning, but we really had to move forward. And so we really need to move forward because I need to put together a master plan that will account for the things that we need to do between these two sites on that. So there's my honest feedback on it. It's a hard one because if we're reliant on making a decision right then and there, then we would have up until last Friday where it's like that was our last day on due diligence with the owners, and the owners were requesting considerably more money penalty for, and we made a decision to not invest that money into that, but take that money and invest into the property. So
thank you for your candor and your commitment. So my two final questions would be, or sort of feedback. I don't have strong concerns about the exterior, the transparency in terms of the materials. It's obviously a more recent, we're not talking about a generations old, really tired facility. It still has the appearance of being fresh. There's a lot of window coverage. Obviously, sounds like the staff is looking to see that documented, but I don't have strong reservations about the aesthetic appearance or the exterior. I just want to confirm the July meeting is July 10th, correct, due to the proximity to the 4th of July holiday?
Correct.
Yep. So as a variation, the July Planning Commission meeting for the City of Pontiac is Wednesday, July 10th.
Yes.
At 6 p.m. And a special exception permit does require, as we did tonight, a public hearing. So there will be a posted sign X number of days ahead. There will be a mailing to any property owner or occupant, and so owners and occupants. That was good information tonight. Within 500 feet, that expanded buffer will get that notice and invited, but we want to amplify that tonight. If you have any questions, concerns, feedback, firsthand insights, we welcome the community to come Wednesday, July 10th, presuming all the documentation will be submitted, for both a public hearing, special exception permit decision, and site plan review and decision.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What he said.
thank you.
No, but thank you, guys. It's refreshing to see it, and I don't see any disadvantage with what you're bringing us right now. So I think you made the right decision.
We'll see.
Christopher, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't foresee any issues right now. The special exception process that we're going through, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons I like it is that it requires a little more thought, insight, and also discussion by you, the designer of the project, about its fitness to meet our requirements. Our current site plan, which is, what is that, Article 6, Chapter 2, I believe it is, of our zoning ordinance, does not have that requirement. But when we get to Article 6, Chapter 3 of the special exception, it does require that. And in fact, I'm of the opinion that we maybe need to scrap Section 2, Chapter 2, and do everything as a special exception. Because we're starting to look at we've pretty much have gotten all the vacant land, the easy stuff. We've gotten that, and we're getting a land density that's getting more and more dense in the city, and it's requiring the type of discussion with everybody in the community to make sure it's right. And that special exception does it. And I'm sensing, and what I'm seeing here is that all of those issues that are in the special exception, plus your vision, you'll be able to come back and say, yeah, we can do it. We can do it. I think
have no choice,
very close
we are
to
gonna
getting
own that building.
done. And at the same time, not only being able to serve your purposes, I think you can start to set another benchmark that we can use in terms of approving site plans for the future.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Yeah,
You're
go
welcome.
ahead.
Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Sue.
I agree with
Everything that's been said already. I don't see any issues with it. I think it's a great site for you. I think it's accessible.
Great.
Don't see any major issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. When this was first brought up about what you were thinking about doing, to me, my initial reaction was, if the planning department figures out what needs to be done, I'm on board completely. We defer. They're the experts. We review what's brought in front of us. You know what you need. You're completely engaged in this, unlike many applicants that come in when they bring their project in, then nothing happens, and it's really disheartening. But this is not that, and I'm excited for everybody who's on the project, and please let us know how we can help going forward. I'm excited for your project. I can't wait to
We are
approve.
too.
I do have a quick question.
Yes, please.
Can you very briefly help us understand, are we dealing with one really unique shaped parcel, or do you have like a hodgepodge of a few? Like, what's the deal? Is there like
Currently
a,
two parcels that will be combined to this one parcel.
okay, and
So
is
the
there like
parking
a
lot-
major easement from the Michigan Department of Transportation that intersects?
There will be down the road, but that has not been established to this point.
Oh, okay.
And the easement that currently exists is where the grade part at is on the bottom. So there is that kind of, that grass easement essentially from MDOT right now.
But with the Y track.
With
is
Y
what
track,
you're
yeah.
talking about.
Thank you very much.
Did he answer your question? Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good luck to you. All right, staff communications.
I just want to thank Planning Commission. I sound like a broken record. I really appreciate your deliberations, your working through these cases, particularly as a body. And it's important your deliberations happen together and succinctly. And I think you guys are doing a great job. And we really appreciate the feedback we're receiving on these cases, because it's helping to build staff's repertoire as we're working with applicants at pre-application meetings of what to expect, or here's the expectations. Yes, there are design review criteria from or design stuff from our zoning book, but also the feedback from Planning Commission. You know, anything we can do to preview that for applicants is very helpful. So I just want to say thanks on that. A few items of business. So City Council, let's talk about that first. They adopted the medical and adult use marijuana regulations. Those will, you know, in the zoning code, those will be taken effect. I think the medical will take an effect this Friday, and then the adult use will be next Friday, if I have my dates correct. Obviously, Clerk Doyle is working on the whole application system, so really the next step is at the clerk's office for that, but I appreciate all the time Planning Commission has reviewed on that. Furthermore, Planning Commission, let me talk about 94 Dwight. They are submitting supplemental information to staff, so this has not gone to City Council, but they want to be very thorough about this is how many units we have, this is how many bedrooms we have, this is how many parking spaces with an updated site plan. They really want to clear that confusion out. They have hired a designer that they didn't have prior, and so they're working on that. We should be getting that soon, and it'll be on the City Council agenda after that. Planning staff and administration is also very thankful for City Council because they adopted a resolution approving the contract for the master plan with the McKenna & Associates last night. It is a 9-month contract. McKenna does a large amount of master plan, not all of them, but they do a large amount of work and very respected in the planning community. Now, what they're doing here is they're not taking and pasting. We have in the RFP really we've implored a process from them, but we really are focusing on 7 items, and they have hired a sub-consultant to do market analysis. They've hired a sub-consultant to do also public engagement. And this was mentioned by Kathleen James last night, or Councilwoman James, that it's very important that this is the community's master plan, not McKenna's master plan. It's the community's master plan, not planning staff's master plan. We're here to facilitate a process. and get engagement. So I don't have any dates tonight, but I know we're going to be going gangbusters at a staff level, just trying to get that engagement. I don't anticipate special planning commission meetings because there will be specifically if we have too many items, because we're going to have some planning commission meetings specifically for the master plan and to review certain items. There will be a key stakeholder committee. There will be 3 subcommittee meetings, one for residential neighborhoods, one for commercial property owners and commercial businesses, and one specifically for the downtown. Each master plan in Pontiac, each master plan in other communities has a different process. But we're going to try to get as many people engaged going to our town halls, doing our surveys, and really providing that feedback that is helpful. We're not going to agree on everything, and that's where hopefully we've got a cooperative spirit to come to consensus to provide that vision for the future and those goals to move forward. So, that's my little 2-minute spiel on the master plan. If there's any questions on that, please let me know.
Question. A question was raised today, if I may, about posting of public hearings.
Okay.
And I just hopefully that can be followed up, that we increase the number of places that we post a notice about a public hearing occurring. I think we've made a number of great strides. Just having that board up on the property, I think, is a big step forward. Increasing the radius or the distance from the property lines to the other surrounding properties that notices are sent, I think is a big improvement. The public hearing itself, if we can increase the places that's posted without incurring a whole lot of money, things like maybe our website, that maybe there's a place on our website where all the public hearings are posted. I'm not sure the implications of that, but that would be great, so that people can check maybe 10 days before a council meeting or 10 days before a planning commission meeting and see that public hearing is coming up and go out and look at those items. So to be able to allow folks to access the information as it becomes available. And then I mentioned earlier looking at revamping our site review process. I really like what happens with the special exception process, because it puts the onus on the applicant to say, yes, I meet all of your criteria. Where right now our site review process, the Chapter 2 of Article 6, doesn't require that. And I think it unfairly burdens the Planning Commission sometimes in having to step out into areas that maybe aren't their expertise. So consider that. I'm trying to figure out how to bring a motion or a discussion to the table about whether that would be something my fellow colleagues would support, and that we could also ultimately send up to the City Commission as a change in maybe just how we do business, and also try and increase the flow, So, okay, those items. Thank you for allowing me to say those things and ask those questions and see what's going to happen.
And I have a few more items. So this may have been mentioned last month. The city's having a Historic District Town Hall at the Bowen Center this Monday from 6 to 8. Notices were sent out to all property owners in historic districts. We're not making any changes. This is really an opportunity to learn about historic districts, why we have them, what the rules are, what the process is. So you're more than welcome to join for that. We may have a presentation, maybe not in July, but in August. And I think we're starting to have discussions about, just because it was a big discussion with M1, about noise, specifically, not with any one property, but in our zoning code. So I just wanted to kind of flag that. I don't know how that's going to be, but I would anticipate that. And, really, we're always reviewing our zoning code. And sometimes, we're coming forward with text amendments on certain items. Staff is not currently doing any massive zoning changes, but that doesn't stop us from evaluating certain aspects of the zoning code. And we may do a little bit of an evaluation on the noise ordinance and the standards we have in there in the municipal code. And we'll do that with Planning Commission. So I believe that's all that we have. Our deadline for the July 10th meeting for new applicants is June 10th, which is coming up this Monday. So we don't have all the applications, but I'm anticipating a busy meeting again, and we'll go from there. So thank you. Anything else, Corey?
I just want to be absolutely clear that for the applicant sitting here, the due date is June 18th.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. I think, oh, I'm sorry, go. Sue has a little share.
While we have our CDC representative here for District 1, I just wanted to let you know that District 2, their CDC is having a meeting on June 24th from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Goldner Walsh, and they are going over 3 developments: 94 Dwight, also known as the Seminole Apartments, 111 Oneida, which is also known as Casa del Rey, and Webster Community Center. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
If I may add one more thing.
Sure.
The neighborhood associations of District 1 are holding their monthly meeting at the Kappa House. That's at the corner of Luther and Earlmore, also known as 200 Earlmore. And we're going to have a presentation from code enforcement and also from representatives from the Charter Commission about the upcoming charter. So those, as well as some other informational sharing things. And that occurs at 1 p.m. And that's a Saturday, this Saturday, 1 p.m. at the Kappa House, 200
This coming
Earlmore.
Saturday?
This coming Saturday,
Okay.
with art, fish, and fun happening at 11 and this at 1.
What's going on?
It'll be a good Saturday.
Great, very good. Thank you. And I think that's it then. Great. A motion to adjourn?
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you. Happy 4th of July, everybody, by the way.